This is the sound.
I wake up to the sound, to the silence that allows for my mind to run around, with my ear up to
So
the
in time you can
ground,
have a
searching to behold the stories that I told. When my back is to the world, I'm smiling when I turn.
be able to understand a bit more all the time. Interact. Lower the volume.
Everybody wants to be my enemy.
You're able to fix on your mind. So the mind thinks too loud.
My enemy.
This is how the device is able to react. Be able to understand the person as the CCTV camera, identify tech, and followed by understanding your laughter in the hole, and the eyes. You can listen to everything. I think the situation is looking at yes, you are not looking at it. You look at it, not looking at it. All this guy is able to and then followed by focusing. You understand your emotion. Sometimes look. So it's kind of not really all rounder. Deal with this individual every second, every minute. Take care of the person. You can say in time will be more moving into the health, safety, security, stability of person. Internal, indoor, things can change. External, bad weather condition, or all this is. So you see that ChatGPT is not wrong. It started with a basic but there's so many things now, but you can't keep doing all this one. This is a learning to share with everybody. And China can do it with not maybe so let's look at this maybe on the last. Not really. It's just that I share so that the lifestyle can be for everybody. It's not a price. It must be affordable. So all this in time, China can press down for their own people and also for the rest of the world. So you see, we should not have technology that is only for China, or technology for America and technology not for China. It should be a technology for everybody. Consumer commercial like TikTok, like Google, everything. Can be customized. Every certain percentage of people will use enjoy the lifestyle. It's not a lifestyle rich, it's a lifestyle for everybody must have a lifestyle. This is the luxurious lifestyle. It's not excessive. See the everybody can afford. That's all. It's very low price. It's only the component is slowly you will be able to reduce. Even you see you have access to the NVIDIA. That is 拍出来，真的是。
Wake up to the sounds of the silence that allows for my mind to run around with my ear up to the ground. I'm searching to behold the stories that I told when my back is to the world, but was smiling when I turn. You're great, but once you turn away, oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy. Your words up on the wall, is he praying for my phone? And the laughter in the hole, and the names that I recall. I stack it in my mind, and I'm waiting for the time when I show you what it's like to be whispered in a mind. Tell you you're great, but once you turn the hate, oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. My enemy. It's a great away. I swear that I'll never be a saint. No way. A chair in the corner is my place. I stare, I shake, and I think about the powers it play, the powers it play, and the kids in the dark are doomed for the top, the job in the basement, facing the pavement. No one's statement. Love is embracement, love is a constant, love is a basis. He cannot be, she cannot be, that cannot be changed. But keep on praying. Goodbye. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my enemy. Spare the sympathy. Everybody wants to be my enemy. I swear I'll never be a saint. My enemy. I swear I'll never be a saint. Welcome to a world of heroes and villains. Welcome to
So I use without the with the this protection. So it's hopefully it's a protection. I've had it, you see, until now. It's a protection. So I'm still going to use it because I find that it's still okay. Maybe later I'll just see whether it works. It's still very important for people life. You know, plants also to make it much stronger. Maybe brighter, maybe. So actually, if you have AI, you manage everything. You auto on and everything. As long as you allow it to do it, there is no problem. So that's nice. So in future, I buy one more. This is not leather, but it's very good. This one. I don't know. I bought it. So maybe I buy one more. Stand by. This one for travel. You can see all the colors. Like this one. So in some you may have a flat. So it's okay here. So this one is 60. So let's see the video, and then see the fields in focus. Colors are different. So
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little.
or you can have one version or two different versions. One is one mobile, but if you have this mobile, it's easier in two ways. iPhone is iPhone, or you can have the same PC, iPhone, same because it's always starting to
Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be outcast, but you won't have to cry. 'Cause we'll agree. I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember.
always contribute to the positive change. All this so of course there are many people who want to use their lifestyle. So continue. And then what you want to do, the lifestyle, not the future or well-being. Everybody is important. That's for fun. See what you do is just like money. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. As I say, in many countries, you go to Philippines for lifestyle. They don't have much money to access. Many people want to come here to supermarkets. China is so much more accessible to China. And people access people. So you have to help them to access to they want to 5G, they have to pay for it. This recovering of the losses is not very monthly expense like investment. So it's like a setup to be better. In the short, medium, and long term, it is very fast. You must be, as a company, yes, it's profit. I think you must be able to easily release it to everybody, but accept jobs, people with money. So you must be able to use it, have the technology to continue like Elon Musk, try to press down the price to allow average in that country, the income, average income levels to be able to have access. That's very important. Because these people have money and the company they have money with it. They may write off but in the objective that's it. For all the work seats. So once they come for the work seats, so that's very important. Because in China, many people stress. But in the end, how long you want to do it? Either is it half the difference and speed or increase allow people to at least 90% access to whatever companies. This is how the directors, the shareholders, stakeholders of different countries, of different companies and people will accept their influence because it's about money, but at the same time it's reach to the masses. So talking about how they grow bespoke product for certain reasons. So campaign is a luxury product, so you must be able to identify what is considered as luxury and what is a lifestyle for the masses. So like this is a lifestyle for the masses. Oh, you must be rich. Don't think that you must continue to allow everybody to enjoy this type of lifestyle, not excessive. When the world is cold, So you can rename but not able to at the moment. Test it. So you can see that it's almost may not be that good, but still can see. I never lose hope when everything's cold and fighting. So the same size better. Is there bones that too slow when the fire is like 1-0. Oh, pick yourself up. Software. The first 1-0. When everything's lost, their hearts and hands before it all starts, there's something through harness like fire straight. Whoa, pick yourself up, guys. Legends never die. Legends never die. Legends never when the world is cold, that's sketch that. So you can add more. As long as the canvas and based on the sound, these are easy. Once you can have one little speech, one normal, just speak I never lose hope when everything's cold and fighting. That's four. There goes the rider to smoke when the fire is. Oh, pick yourself up, guys. Legends never die. That's the only top one. This car is actually in the that's not one you buy. See where the legends come from. You know what a hero looks like. Pretty little flower, won't you sit back down and go right? So keep talking, keep laughing. One day you wish you had it. Other people might fire, fire. Maybe it's time, maybe they're dragging. If you're gonna hold me down, you're not gonna let me in into your castle walls. None of you can keep them. 'Cause if I gotta burn it all down, burn it all
We were young, posters on the wall, praying we're the ones that the teacher wouldn't call. We would stare at each other, cause we were always in trouble. And all the cool kids did their own thing. I was on the outside, always looking in. Yeah, I was there, but I wasn't. They never really cared if I wasn't. We all need that someone who gets you like no one else, right when you need it the most. We all need a soul to rely on, a shoulder to cry on, a friend through the highs and lows. We're not gonna make it alone. Then I saw your face, your forgiving eyes, looking back at me from the other side, like you understood me. And I'm never letting you go. I only got someone who gets you like no one else, right when you need it the most. We all need a soul to rely on, a shoulder to cry on, a friend through the highs and lows. I'm not gonna make it alone.
最後にのは、this you can only share one channel because they have it here. We were young, posters on the wall, praying we're the ones that the teacher wouldn't call. We would stare at each other, cause we were always in trouble. And all the cool kids did their own thing. I was on the outside, always looking in. Yeah, I was there, but I wasn't. They never really cared if I wasn't. We all need that someone who gets you like no one else, right when you need it the most. We all need a soul to rely on, a shoulder to cry on, a friend through the highs and lows. We're not gonna make it alone.
Then I saw your face, your forgiving eyes, looking back at me from the other side, like you understood me. And I'll never let you go. I'll be that someone who gets you like no one else, right where you need it most. We all need a soul to rely on, a shoulder to cry on, a friend through the highs and lows. I'm not gonna make it alone. We were young, posters on the wall, praying we're the ones that the teacher wouldn't call. We would stare at each other, cause we were always in trouble. And all the cool kids did their own thing. I was on the outside, always looking in. Yeah, I was there, but I wasn't. They never really cared if I wasn't. We all need that someone who gets you like no one else, right where you need it most. We all need a soul to rely on, a shoulder to cry on, a friend through the highs and lows. I'm not gonna make it alone. I think about me now and who I could have been. And then I picture all the perfect that we lived. Till I cut the strings on your tiny violin. My mind's got my mind of its own right now, and it makes me hate me. I look slow like a dynamite if I keep this sight, baby. My head in my heart, I torture in me. Yeah, that's my mind in your arms. I go to extremes. Yeah, when they do tell me right, the monsters don't let it go. My head in my heart, I caught in misery. Yes or no? Asking the heaven, should I stay or should I go? You held my hand when I had nothing left to hold, and now I'm on a roll. My mind's got my mind of its own right now, and it makes me hate me. I explode like a dynamite if I keep this sight, baby. My head in my heart, I torture in me. Yeah, that's my mind in your arms. I go to extremes. Yeah, when they do tell me right, the monsters don't let it go. My head in fighting alone, baby, you're not dancing on your own. So baby, it's off with your head. Gonna change it and make it a world you won't forget. No damsel in distress, don't need to save me. Once I stop being the fire, you can't take me. You might think I'm weak without a soul, but I'm stronger than I ever was before. All the kings had their queens on the throne. We would pop champagne and raise a toast to all the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. And just to kick and move one space at a time. But queens are free to do whatever they like. You get too close, you'll get a royalty high. So breathe it in to feel alive. All of the kings have their queens on the throne. We will pop champagne and raise a toast to all of the queens who are fighting alone. Baby, you're not dancing on your own. Slipping on Versace, know your body. I see drip dripping on that whole snake, that cute Bulgari. If they quit, my chauffeur drove me back like a performer. I went straight to dance and saw you. You're looking for danger, hungry eyes. Are you sure? Are you free? Are you mine? I'm looking for a stranger. Fantasize, don't let go, let me out of your sight. You got me thinking, hey yo, if you don't know my name, then maybe you can just call me tonight. Hey yo, if I go, you go insane, then maybe you can just call me tonight. Just call me tonight. Break your heart in the morning, don't you worry, and I'll fly away before it's looking for you, boy. Can be grieving, I know I'm not. I've been waiting till midnight, slowly dying since the sunrise. 'Cause I was born to the night. You take on as a lot away, but then you give me fun words. I think of leaving night and day, but then you always find the words. You're contagious, baby. Love when you love me, hate me. The way you rock my body lately. You set the rain on fire. I wish the lows were higher. Wish I could stop to say things. If you're gonna treat me right, I'll take you to heaven every night. But God forbid you leave me by myself. I'll take you to hell, take you to hell. The golden rings he got on his head. He likes to go to the south of France. I can tell if this is romance, baby, what's his plans? I don't wanna be a diva, so dramatic. But that's the price of being if you want my magic. Not the kind of lover you can just get back with no. No. If you're gonna treat me right, I'll take you to heaven every night. But God forbid you leave me by myself. I'll take you to hell, take you to hell. If you plan on being mine, shine night. But God forbid you leave me by myself. I'll take you to hell, take you to hell, take you to hell. Heart of gold that's made of steel. I'm not a bite, I'm a five course meal. You want the rest, better sell your soul. Nobody has to know. I don't wanna be a diva, so dramatic. But that's the price of being if you want my magic. Not the kind of lover you can just get back with no. No. If you're gonna treat me right, I'll take you to heaven every night. But God forbid you leave me by myself. I'll take you to hell, take you to hell. If you plan on being mine, boy, I'll be a blessing, shining night. But God forbid you leave me by myself. I'll take you to hell, take you to hell, take you to hell. I can't be 90s all night. I can't be all the things you like. So get my process side to side. Just got it. Treat me right. I'll take you to heaven every night. But God forbid you leave me by myself. I'll take you to hell, take you to hell. If you plan on being mine, boy, I'll be a blessing, shining night. But God forbid you leave me by myself. I'll take you to hell, take you to hell, take you to hell. Never knew this feeling of a stranger. Never put the word, take a razor. But I won't give a damn about it later. All the little things doesn't matter. Written down a brand new chapter. And there's only love, never anger. So lonely in your mind. Just waking me, make you feel good. Guess you don't understand what goes around, comes around. Don't you know that I'm stronger? Don't you see me in all that? Don't you have a baby? Ha 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 ha. Who's nothing now? Yeah, but it's over. Don't you know I won't call back? Don't you have a baby? Ha 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 ha. Who's nothing now?
Going to give
You'll never see me blue, never fading.
when you
Hope you understand how I'm feeling. I'm turning on my phone like a baby. Push me to the edge, then it's over. Shutting off the hate, the exposure. This will be the dust when I'm older.
That's the way you tell.
So lonely in your mind. Just making me make you feel good. Guess you don't understand what goes around, comes around. Don't you know that I'm stronger? Don't you see me in all that? Don't you have a baby? Ha 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 ha. Who's nothing now? Yeah, but it's over. Don't you know I won't call back? Don't you have a baby? Ha 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 ha. Who's nothing now?
You go from
It's comical, hysterical.
just living
So ridiculous, the cuteness me up. Forgive me for making you wait up for me. I'll pull you in like the waves of the sea. I promise. Yeah, I promise. It's hard to forgive me, just later you'll see. I cannot help it, it comes naturally. If I'm honest, I'm never honest. You'll be screaming out my name. Kissing me from getting on so close. Didn't mean to cause no pain. But it's just out of my control, oh boy. And you're better off on your own. Belladonna, 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 belladonna. Poison is contagious, get you high like a bomb. Belladonna, 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 belladonna. Dangerous and addicted, don't come here unless you wanna. Belladonna, belladonna, belladonna. Sweet like a flower at the beginning, but nothing is ever the way that it seems. But I like it. Yeah. Sometimes I'm gonna just get up and leave. Swear I don't do it intentionally. I can't help it. A little self-hate. You screaming out my name. Keeps me from getting home so close. Didn't mean to cause no pain. But it's just out of my control.
Let's travel.
You better off on your
All my memories, how you supposed to use my memory. And my memory all I delete. Nothing I delete with you. Anyways, Singapore Ryan actually with a lot of memories. And you insisting on me to buy a new phone and transfer all my data to the 256 SIM.
I hear him talking in the middle of the night. You always heard the scene of the crime. But it feels like a lie when I look in your eye. You say it's hot, baby, you see the bright side. So who's gonna love you? It ain't me, baby. Who's gonna touch?
有一次说，一个much more like the spicy, it's not really rich. I really like it. So I just really So, and then we have the queue. Just drop this one, says being cold. Let's try it. Let's try But my this account is this More like business ones or like small career ones. I don't really, it's more like this. Like if you have a career one, I don't really contact 746. Yeah, content like this. Oh yeah, what you change man? Cars management and what something like your cars also. So let's look at the food. My education always apply it is always they don't like to come back all the people and go to children at school and then upload the videos. Sometimes they have a so I don't really want to but this one is really review on my process. I just follow the concept. They didn't like to just follow it. They don't like to so yes, and I'm here. So it's not really it's only so you have the news here. You can actually watch. You can see hello. You can actually watch. So you need one sound interference. So you see that this is updated. Still on. So let's say this one after talking. Let's try to find out. Try this one.
I started singing at the age of 6. It's been an interesting journey, one filled with ups and downs, highs and lows,
Okay, I have to go and buy my food already.
sweets and bitter moments. But in it all, my life is proof that God is indeed lifted up.
See,
We
I
get
should be
together with
bringing.
our EP and invited to encourage and inspire you to stay alive and diligently walk with God.
It's okay lah.
This song, this very song we're about to
Where
sing
is it?
is titled
So now I can hear some minus one. So this is one thing good. I think it's kind of once you on it override, then you can see. So once you link your Razer phone maybe even better. But I'm not sure of that part. Your sound that phone maybe not working. I'm going to buy some stuff, food for dinner and to bed. Okay, I'm back with you. Now see me now. The real, real, unreal, not real, unreal, real. Okay, whether it's real, good to be bad to be good. Everybody is good. Hey, that's me. It was 16 cents. We're supposed to move positive forward. Unite everybody. Instead of always thinking, you try to find the link the dark. You can link the dark. But if you can constant, do good things. And more important, to link to the government. Ask them to link to the government, the other government. Help the government to manage the crisis. Though they may be helping China indirectly trade speaking, but it makes no sense. It's not about whether to help China or not. It's about saving the lives of the citizens. People living in Philippines should not be caught up in politics. The citizens, though they are loyal to the country, they should not be caught up. Right? Not getting caught up. You get caught up, what's the point? Yeah, I know they are loyal to the country. They may be home team and all this, but may not be in operation. They may have no other chance because they are being forced by the environment to live in that kind of life, to be loyal to the country. Just like families. Why need to destroy them? They are not defined against the China. And so these Philippines, the citizens, they shouldn't criminalize them. They can feel and want them to suffer the high cost of living. But even in China, I'm very sure it's occupied. Why citizens are there? China's the beneficiary, it's not Russia. Don't push the blame. Try to manage this country. The high cost of living, making sure we don't have resources as to issue. But not really understand anything more attention. Are you doing right? Then multiply the southern himself. Now they say everything is expensive. It's still inside. Because who was nothing? You always maybe around 7 years. Không đi thì của nó phòng in I country even worse than Singapore. Just Singapore worse and more expensive than other countries. No. Many countries are going to be more expensive than Singapore. Not whether you are poor America or India. Price is going to spiral. You can put the name on America or still money. So, and live without donation. I'm wrong. I'm not supposed to keep chicken because those chicken they are sweet. And it's not supposed to be the reverse. Good. Now you have the only beautiful girl. The environment, all services, not enough. for comfort and sweet. Very sour. Not sour lah, how you say? 酱青味，或者酱青、酱油，或者是 black salty, sodium, maybe of sodium. Cannot be that good. Sodium good. Maybe I just this is true.
to point out their faults, to highlight where the government has fallen short, to keep chipping away at the government's and the PM's credibility. Lawsuit. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me. I see trees of green.
Oh, danke sind well, merci. Okay, maybe I'll take a break. I have a walk, and then you'll be better on stand. Stand doesn't help. But learn from diabetes that we have to walk. This is okay. This is out. I just going to fix it. Whereas I used one, don't like kind of almost spawn in the digestion. This one cannot charge on. This one cannot connect to the speaker. If this is a charging one, it cannot be connected to this one. This one is, I think, is the external one. You just have it here. There's something deep in the back. So it's a very good speaker, but it's just that unfortunately I didn't know. I thought like if I buy from there, my right speaker, but it still doesn't really that seats that well. So no, I still can use it when I go travel. I use Bluetooth. At the moment, I'm going to Metro Money. I don't see the need, and um, and I don't see the need. So so in the end of the day, this speaker is good, but I'm not going to do that. So that's why I said I'm going to do June. Then end of June, I get a better idea between these two items. So at the moment, June, May. So June again, most likely I see that my calendar later I check myself. So I'll be going to Laos, and along the way I'll go to the show. But I'm still waiting, not just very carefully until Monday I clear everything and should not go to see the medical doctor before it me. And then when I see everything's gone, I get my NT. Actually that one is very bad habit. I look at it as like bad habit, the medicine. Because you can become like very dependent on it. Actually, it's not itchy. I don't know it's when I'm in this Singapore. I don't have the itch. But when I go overseas, like in Vietnam, I feel the itch. Maybe the device. I don't know. So of course, I'll be saving some money for uh, Hong Kong and Australia. But I'm still clear all this bit by bit first. No need to rush. Maybe I'm going to stay in Malaysia for 1 week. Means in JB. That's not my main focus. But if I do, I'll bring my this. I'll bring this one here, and then and some clothes, not many clothes, and then maybe some clothes I need to show. But I still assess that's why I said I go Malaysia and JB first, and go KL. Then after that, I go straight. My passport, I see the weather condition. Then I go to Bangshan. No, because I long time ago, I think the tutu I record. That is no problem. But it may not be a very good conducive place for me. I'm not very sure whether have. Hopefully they have. And but I said the end I said it's quite sian and go there and say maybe, but I'm not. That's why I need to go a little bit more. But I look at it, I doubt so lah. So I will head to KL. But at the moment I don't think so because at most I head to KL or go to JB. So maybe the JB go there, come back. The kind of situation. But at the moment I don't have this blank. They get my health, Monday. After I check the mental doctor, continue to walk, regularly, take care of my leg, make sure my leg and the eating also consistent. And I've been going to different MRT stations along the way. So focus on what I need to do, the intel, and to always look at the updates, YouTube, and also the news, maybe about meetings and arriving soon. So along the way, I'll just check the calendar and see what the schedules. And also Good Friday, I'll be going to anywhere. What's that? Concentrate on the game. A lot of online game I haven't played yet. And that's why I said I'm just not each and every one. So I'm not very sure maybe the day that one is supposed to find more. As I said, I'm really behind time with my setup and the navigation. This, like I said, June, 1 month, very hot. Hopefully not so hot. And hopefully don't rain. But I need to shelter because I look at this, it's like not very good. Because the heat can be very high. I mean, they were just talking about this global warming. Global warming is more of kind of not really, but maybe they just do it. So so tomorrow morning I see if not Monday after that time or tomorrow when I come back I try to wash my clothes. I see the weather. Because tonight I wash is not going to be very I mean just clothes. It will take some time to dry and maybe it's hot. the daytime, but still normal time. 6:30, okay, or not that. By right now, this is late by 1.5 hours. So that's a problem. Wow, what time it is late by 2 hours? 7 o'clock still like this. Oh my god. 7 o'clock like this. So due to Earth rotation, and then when the sun sets later, the sun rises later. So see the situation how many things are I say I still because I seldom here. Last time I was in service office. So my time here I have to continue to monitor understand the situation and start to do. Actually Barat is also quite a few but I just did it because I know in time I can buy some. Then after the next 6 days, so that yeah, I feel maybe I can buy sometimes you get cheaper buy the buy so when I go to Metro again shopping, maybe I go to Target on Starbucks, but I doubt so because maybe they never renovate Starbucks. I always in time I'll do my packing and just to bring some of the of them but the moment I don't I just look at it that most likely this week maybe one day I don't know because I feel like spare and then after that but not one night. I don't need to one night. Um, I don't see the need. I don't, because no, because I go there, then oh maybe if I go there one night, then after that I lost my objective right. Then I go there, I supposed to go straight to the shopping mall. After straight to the shopping mall, what I do? Yeah, now I'm okay, okay, yeah, I want to bring some people to what? I bring my bag, bring my bag, bring my bag. I got this one, or maybe I bring another bag. That one I throw that in my account. Someone really take it and use it. Maybe I go to this one, no, I go to this one. I buy the one right into this one. That one's not good. I buy the one, and maybe I have this one. I don't have a lot of house set. I don't need house set. I can bring all bring trolley off. Just go and buy clothes or buy phone and look and not buy. I don't need all these electronic things anymore. I really have. I want. I buy a simple. And then oh yeah, I'm not going to. I'm not to. And then what? Clothes I also don't really need unless it's for me. I don't really see the need to buy anything at all. So, strange. There's nothing for me to buy. Just go there and just eat. As for the office, I'm not interested. It's the same price. It's $300. You have 300 to 400 one room big. I might as well stay in Singapore. Every day I stay in the kind of situation. At night, I don't enjoy myself. I have a laptop, and I want to bring my desktop and do all the setup and then all my monitor support. I said that I should buy the monitor. What for I buy the monitor from Philippines for what? Buy the monitor from Philippines, they just spoil. But in the end of the day, Malaysia just moves around. When the shopping mall, just try to understand. Maybe at most buy from Miniso, Grab paper for me. All this then is no. Oh yeah, I remember this one. Yeah. I buy only one only. Because this one that time, no, that time, no, I don't remember. I will look first. They don't have Starbucks one, so maybe. This one is about 15. Okay, oh, you are going to Davao, you wear the Davao t-shirt to go out to Singapore Transporter. They say you're from Davao, what you not wearing a Singapore t-shirt? How to say minority? Actually, I like, but no choice. Yeah. So this one very nice, pretty. I just managed to buy one. I think people are like durian. I don't know. I never eaten about it. They maybe try to find them. Something here. So some of what I read now, Malaysia, yeah, maybe buy Malaysia. But I every time already but I don't want to buy the petrol now. I got here maybe what. Then what else? Maybe the Starbucks, the cup and all this. Along with it. Let me look at the currency. Vietnam, I have to. Philippines, I have to. But except the double, maybe in time you'll do it. I'm not sure. I really have. I want to buy some Miniso one, Miniso. Yeah, I want to buy the two cushion one. Not the red one, the what do you call it? The purple one. Yeah, I got red one. But so this one, yeah. So maybe back to and then what else? That's all we are. So moving around, they can see me because I will forget. One, two, three camera. This camera can see me walking. So except the sound, not so quite noisy. Because two using two. But I'm using the Geo, so maybe in time I have the microphone. But I don't like the microphone. The Razer's microphone. So most important, I buy two more for standby. Because this one on two. That's why I said this one is 1, 2, 3, 4. You need five, five, five or six. But right now the thing may be big. That is the problem. But what to do? So try to understand that one maybe. So most likely. But not now. The more important, Malaysia I said in time. But I'm not going during the maybe. I'm trying to see the game and then maybe before or after. And then these few days maybe I don't know. What's holiday I don't want to get caught up in the 不要去了 because of the holiday get caught up with all this and I don't go to Penang so far. It's not say I don't have, I want to spend my money more good. Mobile phone, here expensive. There's one, the other one is the Oppo one, same price as the Redmi. So I can consider buying or Redmi. The Sony one, not maybe the different model one, but whatever is really buy in Singapore, I don't know. The 8T not necessary. Redmi also have but if I buy, I'm not happy. I don't like it. So I think I 256 not necessary. The one don't bother because I just don't want to buy and destroy. How is it like this is really bother? Don't bother about it. It's only $5 only. I so really all these things. I don't know. On that day, and the other thing is they want to make it much more so they never propose. And this background, I was keep. So maybe next time I carry it on the phone. Because this one is like two. Yeah, I think this one is actually for. I look at this one is more for when this one opportunity is good. Is for you. No, I'm just thinking about what I'm thinking. The dirty one, I want to see it and see it. So this will be taking care of my health and then exercise and then food. Be careful of the food I eat. Healthy, not too sweet. That's why I did very factor right now. I want to discipline myself. When I was in movies, I keep drinking water. I ordered the Jollibee, I now change it. Even my Burger King today, I changed it to water. So drink water, I must discipline myself. Water. Seaweed, oh, problem. Seaweed is a problem. Not no problem, but seaweed. So it's almost kind of like $1. Seaweed problem. Seaweed in NTUC. Let's go and see them. Is there any other option? Home garden one too expensive, $3. Buy three, I think that's $10 for food. So very good one, maybe in turn I'll buy. Yeah. But they are more spicy one, I don't know. Too spicy one. Then durian that one don't bother, they are not lots of money. And it doesn't a lot of all these they just anyhow make. They make to produce. Okay, you must produce what? But you look at the way they make. It's just like using maybe factory produce much better than using. So these are things that to be transforming into China and therefore so everything looks temptation, but but some of the things may not be that nutritious, protein, vitamins, maybe too sweet. But for me, I'm not eating every day because I travel and then we 2 weeks come back. Like eat those don't eat the curry puff and only the only not the other one. And then it's not the price. For me, it's like once a month. When I go overseas, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and come back. So I won't be buying sometimes maybe 2 months, 3 months. I eat those food that are considered as not cost savings but healthy food. Doesn't cost me that sugar, especially nowadays a lot of food. Pizza that one $4 doesn't matter. That's it, I don't really eat. So a lot of things that you well it's shown them, but that one really sweet right? Peanut. So anyway, tomorrow I'll go to this Buddhist. Maybe see about around. The McDonald's there is too small. Oh my god, I will go to that. I don't want to do that. I'm not doing that. So at the end of the day, someone said no. Okay, says no. I miss the place, yes, I know, but why must I go particularly there to take my breakfast? It's just coffee, it's just kind of around here. It's a very good place then if you have a girlfriend. Go there. Marina Bay, it's like the one. And then there's nothing there. What's there? Then Marina Square, I'm not interested. Then I see I said, I don't like the place. These are Starbucks. No, McDonald's over there. I don't really like the place. Place is not interesting. But some place you buy, there is no seat. There's no seat. So you know, it's quite unfortunate. Freedom should be much more, attractive. And, oh yeah, Raffles Place, I will visit that one. Maybe next week during the office hours. Again, they try to say this girl here, I don't bother how you want to say. I just go there to eat. Actually, there's a few. One is what hut. I don't like drink there. That one's very far. I don't go there. What else can I find? What else? They say in the this airport. Right? So tomorrow I go. Monday I go again. If not then Monday and then after maybe. But not go. It's not Tuesday. So all this, I'm not going to say that one take time. Maybe I need to maybe I find something more. But as I said, I still go out every day. So I walk there to eat. Or eat first. The noodle outside uncle. Or sometimes morning I go and buy. Or I go there and eat. Eat already, I don't know what time they close. They open the whole day. But the whole morning then I try to go. That one. And tomorrow I just take bus. So take bus maybe over there. I never tried the things there. Then after that get the money. It's not that because I like. It's not because of we buy. It's like long time I want to maybe understand the system again. I want to order, I have to maybe update it. So I update it. Because every time I come back, that's the problem. When you're away or whatever, you can actually do the same. Yeah. Not every time you want to do, update and fix something. Now they know why it's so necessary to have unlimited data. So that you continue to update, you can do whatever. Because now a lot of things all are on, I don't want to do. Everything is more about smart, smart. Then the one we call also more consistent. Just focus on the important thing, what else? All these are really, really, all these are this one do really need and then so in decoration that's a good time. But more in that one first and this one also really want to have to work with and what's the actually fan also yeah it's good and stand fan but as I said this fan is I don't want it a standing fan either for my because sometimes the insects have to go in. I think I don't put so the other one I have lots of stock. That time they asked me to throw away. So I think, hey, what you want me to? I just this one is important one, the same one. I know within 1 week I may be out of the place the fastest. And the gradual one is 1 month, but I didn't know. It's 2 weeks now. And then the at most if my GF I still know it's Spain. And my GF if um need to do the passport, maybe we spend 1 month, 2 months. If not, the next 3 months. Then I go back and then wait for her to finish. But if guys don't not deal, you know, I say it's not a peaceful, I just need to come back. So what I do another thing depends on her. If she don't want to do it, then but I mean, uh, so that's then that one okay. She maybe die, maybe she didn't, but in hospitals the DBS won't get the refund. So all these are they just want to prevent. And then that one maybe in time when it comes, they may not work. They could be using it to want to suffer, but what's it called? You have to be financially independent, self-sufficient. If some money in here is part of the government. So maybe they want to reduce the lending and everything. Want to do all of this, they got all financial danger, all this. They can happen to both me. So definitely do all these ones. So again, whatever it is, the old one or old hack one, we cannot do that. The one we do. So I don't like that the wind outdoors very good. The air itself is different from the aircon. The aircon you can kind of adjust, but the air outside is different. The air and the end in conduct cities. But I'm not going there the outcome. So of course I'll need to update me now. She never tell me the price because someone tell me the price so I won't stay there as long as I can. They try to prevent me from staying. And the other side is not bad, but I won't be staying for maybe like 1 month, next time. So going to other towns, not the because in the end of the day that is not my focus right now. Last year I've been having a lot of meetings. It seems like a waste of time for all this. No, it's not true. I learned quite substantial. It's not easy to stay for 3 years even to one place for 1 year. Not because of the young people as well. Because Philippines is different from Vietnam. The modernization, the adaptation of the living condition, the lifestyle is different. Everybody's suffering. The livelihood is their livelihood. Their daily activities are quite, you say, you can say more nonsense. But again, you cannot save anyone in the world. It's not better if Jesus Christ or God is trying to. They talk saving is about physical. Help and save doesn't have to be physical. Help and save doesn't have to be digital. Help and save is about sharing and providing you wisdom. Doesn't mean you share and provide wisdom means that you are above all or whatever means. It is not. It is to continue to make sense for everybody. Not to say what disturbances in the system. But they knew sometimes the system they need to be able to they need to improve. Are not visible, but they have made sense of it for themselves. And so they also have given to improve in time. So in L they knew that the connectivity is there, but the connectivity of positivity is much more important than the connectivity of negativity. And so in end of the day, everybody had to go through all this. So if they can OFW, it's the it's very unfortunate all these things. Maybe they say, oh, they deserve it because they are against China. But China is the one that motivates the people to want to not do it anymore about China. I'm not saying they've been waiting for the wedding. Not even April is definitely confirmed that until April, then we talk about spring is in March. But spring in March is not really spring. So you can see that spring is no more called the spring. It is a mental kind of comfort, you can say, or just trying to tell people, not really fooling people, to set themselves up in the whole spring brings hope. Flowers, everything is growing, life, death, and life in spring, life of the rebirth of spring. It's going through in many years ever since the birth of human beings. But again, this thing is no longer happening. Because life, birth, death, rebirth is in the non-living existence basically. And it started the evolution of the other living existence which nobody knows how they really get to live, whether they can live, whether they can exist, how they can be able to survive. But human itself, through the history, is shown harsh, difficult conditions. And spring give them hope. Spring do appear. The first coming, the second coming, the third coming was not. It's just a very beginning phase, but the third coming wasn't any signs of it. It's only human through these thousands of years that they still haven't seen the signs of the third coming. So in the end of the day, with this, they have to continue to look at spring and define spring as hope, as rebirth of rebirth or life again. So again, it's the same in Europe. And we have not lasting and until where we have hibernation. And now, will the hibernation be longer? And what about energy that is to be able to maintain and hold, and reduce whatever we can see of energy shortages and everything, the energy problem will continue to strengthen the countries. They are in the four seasons, other problems. They try to provide energy. Energy used to be wood or coal. Now energy is changing to electricity. And therefore, in the end of the day, energy has transformed and from because of the mass population, because of people's modernization, the people need to get a better way of life. The evolution of the oldest world to the older world to the old world, the new world. Does it mean that humans are better? Of course. Does it mean that humans is able to reduce whatever problems they have, whether it's modernization or whether it's urban or even as the modern cities and urbanization, modernization, suburbs, and rural and village. All these humans still need to live together. So now all this we have managed to go through the history of human beings and human civilization. It is not a survival of the system, learning and say self-sufficiency now that is really shown what happens if people are not self-sufficient. But there's another one more important that the country must be self-sufficient to provide whatever self-sufficiency for the people. If they are not able to provide the self-sufficiency for the people, then in the end the people may not be self-sufficient. So in the end of the day, it's also the government's effort to help the country be self-sufficient and at the same time to help people be self-sufficient. But if they able to do this for the country, for the citizens, then the citizens must be self-sufficient. But if the country is not self-sufficient, does the citizens push the limit of the government? No. They should continue to try to be self-sufficient, whatever they can, in these peoples, without the negative expenses and consequences of it. And follow the five principles of wisdom, the one wisdom, and a virtue along the way, the way to go. The whole person always. So seven sins, so activate the seven sins, then everything will be fine. So manage their seven sins. You know, all the lights are going to orange. You need to put down. Yeah, I'm going to get serious. So I actually something I didn't just say. Now, like, since I go to these, you have a certain 道理 in order to make money. You don't open your leg like prostitutes and don't charge by spreading your legs. So in the end of the day, the world is different. It's 讲抓鸡, not in $1, but 讲抓鸡 in thousands of dollars. You need to 讲抓鸡 in thousands of dollars. You need to use the commercial country investment to overcome the problem. So I said already, the world is different. It's not anything. Don't blame any entity if the cost of living is high. More important, it may not be avoided. It can be unavoidable beyond the next 7 years. And they have to hit all this. Again, focus on your health, important, and focus on your this health with your diet, your food, exercise, and also your career along the way, but not overwork. Because in the end, sometimes they say, they earn so much money, but you never let it finish. So even if you can try to be self-sufficient and not self-sufficient, try your best to overcome. But what about your health? Then you drop weight or physical injuries because of health. Money doesn't help. So the fastest and quickest way nowadays is not because like I said, there are all kinds of things. There are disorders and all this that can get money, but it doesn't. It's not about illegal. It's about so in the end of the day, everybody can bonus and money. Even if, let's say for example, if the Himalayan tries to do and now not self-sufficient, I just go to listen to it. I think I say too much. I just do my thing. I just go to work then I leave when I'm free. It's like last time I don't say nothing. But why do you want to do that? I don't know. So in the end of the day, the higher cost of living in the end price is not my fate. But it's in the end of the day that maybe everybody not able to solve it. Maybe in the end of the day, they could not talk about it, but they maybe try to revalidate this and look at this and the end of the day. Still, they are back to the starting point. So they have to continue to get out from the meanings or get out from, to see the real life at the end of the time. So okay, I don't say really I play my game. It's not anything.
It has a future walk. This is where the ships will be docking and will be, putting their lines there. It has a future logistics and warehouse area. It has a future energy generation and storage area. It has a future research observatory and also satellite antennas area and the foundations for main building being poured. And also, I forgot to mention, a helipad. Now, the report further outlines on how, despite providing communications for China's growing array of scientific polar observation satellites, the station will also provide equipment that can concurrently be used for intercepting other nations' satellite communication. Now, the American think tank used satellite images taken in January to identify new support facilities, temporary buildings, a helicopter pad, and foundations for a larger main building at the 5,000 square meter station. The station is well positioned to collect signal intelligence over Australia and New Zealand. It is estimated that the construction for the station could be completed by the year 2024. Professor James B.J. Brown is an international affairs expert and a political analyst. He is joining us from Tokyo, Japan. Professor, welcome to the program. Thanks very much. Now, let me just start by asking you: is this proof of China's expansionism with the construction of this base in Antarctica?
I think it's premature to say it's proof, but it's certainly something which raises further concerns. If, as the Chinese claim, that it's purely about scientific research, well, then that would be fine. After all, other countries, including the United States and European countries, conduct research there. But the major concern is that will that really be the case with China as a one-party state, as a country with no clear divide between civilian and military institutions? The worry is that these facilities will actually just be cover for activities of the People's Liberation Army.
Professor, this building of this base has sparked surveillance fears in the West. Should the West be worried?
Well, I think the worry is that China has a record of not actually keeping to its word. I think what comes foremost to mind here is guarantees that were given by President Xi Jinping that China would not militarize the South China Sea, would not put military capabilities on the islands that it's building there, and it clearly went against that. So the worry is the same would happen here, that China would insist that it's purely about scientific research, but ultimately that could be just a pretext for facilities that help with surveillance and also military activities.
Now, the artificial base is armed to the teeth. This is according to researchers and also observation that has been made so far with deadly hardware, including missile aircraft, flight carriers, spy planes. What is China trying to prove with this?
Well, the main point is that China sees itself not as a regional actor. It sees itself as truly a global power with interests in regions. And so for that reason, it feels that uphold its influence and its economic power, its military, its security services need to have reach that goes well beyond China's shores and even extends into polar regions.
Finally, Professor, Beijing has plans to have the world's most powerful military. Is the world ready for China's world domination, you think?
Well, I think not. I think that if we look at opinion poll data about China over the last few years, we can see that it's turned significantly more negative. Now, yes, China's rise, China's economic investment has been welcomed in many parts of the world, but in many others, there's growing concern and growing negative attitudes towards the Chinese Communist Party.
All right, I've been talking to Professor James D.J. Brown. He's an international affairs expert and also a political analyst. Professor, thank you very much for making time for us and for talking to me on World is One.
Moving on to our next story. The European Commission is being sued by environmental campaigners over a decision to include gas and nuclear in an EU guide to green investment. Two separate legal challenges are being launched at the European Union's General Court in Luxembourg, one by Greenpeace and another by a coalition including Client Earth and WWF, after the classification of fuels in the so-called taxonomy, a guide for investors intended to channel billions into green technologies. The campaigners are seeking to overturn the rules as it classed nuclear energy and natural gas as climate-friendly investments. It argues that the EU has violated its own climate laws, intended to help meet the bloc's goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. Citing the CO2 emissions produced by gas power plants, they said that the rules risk diverting investments away from renewable energy. Client Earth, along with 3 other NGOs, is challenging the inclusion of gas, which it says breaks the EU climate law that sets a legally binding target of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. These organizations, including France, Germany, and EU office in Brussels, are asking the court to rule the inclusion of gas and nuclear invalid. The environment group also say the construction of new nuclear plants, which usually take 1 to 2 decades to build, will delay the move away from coal power, hinder development of renewables, risk accidents, and create pollution. On Tuesday, sweeping reforms to make EU climate change policies more ambitious. The reforms are aimed at massively cutting the bloc's greenhouse emissions, including the introduction of a carbon border tax on imports.
We have now on the cornerstone of 25, like yesterday Lange said, the Holy Trinity, ETS, CBAM, and the Social Climate Fund. This is good for the climate, it's good for people, and it's good for our jobs.
We are at time. Under the incoming legislation, European Union carbon emissions will be reduced by 60% by 2030. This is a big step up from previous target of 43% cut. The legislative step crystallizes an ambitious EU plan to reform Europe's carbon market by broadening an emissions trading scheme to more industries and lowering quotas of allowable polluting gases. Europe's carbon market forces power plants and factories to buy carbon dioxide permits when they
Huh?
leave. It has slashed those sectors' emissions by 50%
Just later,
under the upgrade factory.
later you can get a call and
Permits
free.
will be received by 2034, and shipping emissions will be added to the carbon dioxide market from 2024. Lawmakers also backed the EU's world first plan raising a levy on imports of high carbon goods from 2026. This is aimed at imports of steel, cement, aluminum, fertilizers, electricity, and hydrogen. The carbon border levy will prevent the bloc's industries from being undercut by polluting foreign competitors, removing the temptation for EU firms to relocate to regions where it lacks environmental rules.
Because the EU leads the green revolution, and we will be the world's first climate neutral continent. And the deals on the reform of the emissions trading system, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and the social climate fund are all central and complementary in keeping the European Green Deal on track. These laws will put a price
Your
on
cat,
carbon we
which one are
produce.
you?
And it means that the most polluting industries will have to increase their emission reduction targets.
You don't need to open the window, you'll escape. If I open the window, you escape.
Providing a level playing field so that we will not leave our industry
You want him to jump
at a
out.
disadvantage vis-a-vis the external competitors. They will also need to pay for their emissions if their products are to be sold in Europe. And with the help of the Social Climate Fund, amounting to an estimated total of 86.7 billion euros, this will ensure that the climate transition leaves no one behind. We have to make this transition together.
The laws still need final approval from the member EU countries. The reform comes at a time when the 27 EU countries are collectively the third biggest global emitter of carbon dioxide. But the biggest
Just
by
remove
far
the
is China,
switch up, remove the
which is greatly expanding its fleet of coal-fired power plants. Despite a vow to have carbon emissions peak by 2030, then reduce to net zero by 2060. Then comes the United States, historically the biggest carbon gas emitter, which has a long-term strategy of reaching net
This one
zero
you
by
open, you bring it down, you bring it down.
US
This one you bring it, so you won't cut
President
again.
a
You bring it down.
$370
Just
billion
pull out the wires.
Inflation Reduction Act,
Push out the
providing
wires.
healthy subsidies for US
Just
industries
bring it down.
trying to push for a greener America.
Okay,
Keeping all of this in
later.
mind, Brussels is preparing separate EU legislation to boost European industrial competitiveness in the face of the US subsidies and colossal Chinese investments
You can jump no.
in the sector.
You can jump, just now you jump, you try to jump. So you want him to jump or just catch him. It's you are stuck normally because the cat is not my problem.
Joining us for more
Let him jump up.
Liberta,
Next
is
question
analyst
is-
at the Center for Research and Energy and Clean Air, an independent research organization headquartered in Finland. He is joining us from Bangkok. Welcome to the broadcast, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Sir, the EU chief Ursula von der Leyen has described this legislation as a milestone. Under this, European Union carbon emissions would be reduced by 62% by 2030. It's an ambitious target. The question is it achievable?
The current energy crises, high energy prices, and the war in Ukraine have really driven home the cost of Europe relying on fossil fuels, and that's what's added this extra momentum, of course, together with the threat of climate change. The sales of electric cars, of heat pumps, solar panels, and so on have skyrocketed in Europe. So the market has already been responding, and under this kind of momentum, these targets are definitely achievable if this, even when this legislation is passed.
Europe has been a leader in shifting toward environmental responsibility. In fact, just heard Roberto Metsola saying that Europe will lead the green revolution.
But the war in Ukraine has had an impact on the energy costs. How much has that war made the target of net zero by 2050 challenging for the European Union?
The main impact has really been the price of fossil fuels from oil, gas, and coal going up, and that has made clean energy more competitive, more economically attractive, and also that's made it a cornerstone of economic policy. That's what we also need to combat inflation. And so on. So the long-term impact has very clearly been to make these targets easier and more attainable.
Now, you have argued that emissions from power plants, industry, and agriculture are responsible for 90% deaths and air pollution in the EU and UK per year. I was going to a Twitter handle and it was quite startling to realize that. How do you write on that?
With release of air emissions from heavy industry, from power plants, and from agriculture in Europe. And we found that all of these industries were still far away from using the best technology to control their air emissions. And so because of this
Yeah.
The biggest emitter part is China, which is
Banyak saya dah baru. Not really. Okay, I see. I show
So for us to witness any meaningful impact, China and US and all the member EU countries have to stick to their pledges. This, despite the global and other geopolitical challenges, that's quite a daunting task, isn't it?
What's fascinating is that, especially with this current energy crisis, it's become clear that economic success and market leadership means also leadership in clean energy technologies. So there's a race where the US is starting to get serious about developing its own clean energy industries. China has had that strategy for a long time, and Europe is stepping up. So I think the fact that Europe is starting to do more is only going to spur China forward. The other element in Europe's new legislation is that industrial producers in China and elsewhere who want to export to the European Union will face a carbon price, and that means that there's a new incentive also for Chinese industries, for Indian industries, and so on to reduce their emissions and be cleaner to gain an advantage in the EU, which is the world's largest economy.
Sir, under this new legislation, there would be a carbon border tax on imports, which is technically being called an adjustment. Tell us how will that work? And also, I want to add there, you have argued on the need to accelerate clean energy investment, not just reduce the greenhouse gases, but accelerate clean energy investment. What's the roadmap to that?
The idea with the carbon border tax is that that industries and businesses outside of Europe that export to Europe face the same carbon price as industries inside Europe. And this is happening at the same time as industries in Europe are going to face a higher carbon price and are going to actually pay for all of their CO2 allowances instead of getting them for free. So in this sense, things are being stepped up both for exporters into the EU and for domestic industries, and so this is hopefully creating an incentive for everyone to switch to clean energy supply, to switch to cleaner production processes in industries like steel and so on. has managed to reduce emissions, has been a leader for some time in investing in clean energy, but has in fact fallen behind China in particular in recent years. So there's a lot of work to do to scale up solar power, wind power, other key clean energy technologies, and the energy crisis has really driven that home forever.
All right, Lori, can you let the analyst at the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air? Thanks very much for joining us in your perspective.
Thank you so
China's
much.
pursuit of great power status is growing it to frozen reaches of the world's oil regions. According to a new satellite inventory collected by a Washington-based think tank, China is increasing its Antarctic footprint. This is Beijing's fifth station in the southern oil region. China has undertaken official expeditions and developed world-class research facilities. It has now sought to develop new shipping routes in the Arctic and expanded
Just curious, tranquilizer, the secure. They're very well trained only in the cat. It's well trained. Unless it's wild cat. At time, other place. Yeah, cats have eyes, cat have night eye. They maybe injured, they dropped their blood before. And actually it was just trying to assess how to fall. And it sometimes wildcat and domestic
This is where
cat
the
are different.
new station
So when they drop, they learn how to
created.
break fall and all
In the
this.
south
I think it hit
of the
injured,
Antarctic,
maybe dead.
that's where the new
But it's
station
better, maybe injured than just
constructed by China.
whatever
This
is,
they're saying,
it's not
this
a
is how
trained
the
cat.
new station looks like.
Wildcat and domestic
How the
cat
new
is
station looks like.
whether it's
It has a helipad. It has a future walk. This is
they are
where
trained,
the ships will be docking and
they are
be
observing
putting their lines there.
people,
It has a future
places,
logistics and warehouse
spy
area. It has a future energy generation and storage area. It has a future
like
research
just now
observatory and satellite antenna area.
because the heat really blur, the heat
Main
really ice.
building
It means then so it come out from where you remember he saw the thing but it's he only tried to search but then he found it the door is closed so you don't understand so you try to hide them. You find his recover from his the heat.
Now the American think tank used satellite images taken in January.
But he's very careful. He wasn't running, he was like, he knows that he can run away. He's a very clever cat, but he's not too smart. He has a indoor kind of environment, but he doesn't have an outdoor. He's not trained. So that is not a spy cat, it's not a trained cat. Okay, that's all of this. Maybe this one later next time. And we then charge. And close all the doors and
Now let me just start by
I'm so
asking you,
surprised how
is
this
this
cat come
China's China's
lucky the
expansion,
man come.
the construction of this
If not
phase
also, hey, how come all my thing now the
I
cat
think it's premature to say it's proof, but it's certainly something which raises concerns.
last time the one cat
This
inside.
Chinese claim that it's purely
It's
about
hiding there,
scientific
lucky
research.
never,
That
we
will
don't know
fine.
this.
After all, other countries, including the United States and European countries, conduct research.
Sometimes they are dogs, but they are not
That
vaccinated.
really be the case with China. As a
And when they are not
multi-party
vaccinated,
state,
yeah,
as a country with no clear divide between civilian and military institutions.
柴化制造后，我们在单位面积上获取的数据量比常规康烫设备增加3倍，信噪比提升30%，能够大幅提高复杂地址构造及游戏场成像精度。
So when human be extinct, it takes time to recover from the seeds and the lands that are being destroyed by what is natural resources that's established will be take time to not to return back the natural resources back to whatever that is, but to auto calibrate.
The World Meteorological Organizations.
The positive and the negative. Sometimes they say don't keep talking about China or this. No. To edit this is going to destroy. So our country every country in the world must procure electricity generation. But in the end of the day, will it help me? It's just a warning. That's why I say I'm not a gypsy, I'm a warning. Warning star to what's going to happen. Many of us, they are born this world. Each has its own purpose in the contribution to the world. We came here reflecting as all of us. So we are there to move into the positivity, the negativity. It's because of the environment that causes people to be to be negative. So remember what I'm trying to say, this in it makes no sense, but I didn't. I always try to say that in the end I'm that kind of situation. Whatever is, maybe they look at it that way. But eventually just not how I look at it. Chinese may see it correctly, but it's a human perception. Maybe these 2 days they need money from the Chinese civilization. But it really is not that good. And people that are providing the data, they want me to see, and they really want to feedback on how everything is happening. So, how I look at everything, and I said it's not very good. Anyway,
This is pretty damn exciting. We just
world
got
citizens problem.
an entire breakdown of the Division hardware. Ubisoft's upcoming extraction version, like Escape from Tarkov, like Call of Duty.
Maybe they want to
You make it to the next level, you loot, and if you die, you lose everything. But set in the Division's universe, and I gotta tell you, it is way bigger and way more in depth than we thought. If you were a fan of the OG Division 1 Dark Zone and the beloved survival mode, you are in for a real treat. Especially if you're a Call of Duty fan who's been missing out on these new extraction versions that have only been released on PC. We've never met before. I'm Player 2. I'm here to keep you guys updated on any news, gameplay, and release schedules for Limited Edition. So if you want to stay in the know with this game, you're a super sexy, highly intelligent, I can see some subscribe so that I can keep you in the loop. So firstly, in this dev, we finally got the visual, exactly how this game is going to be unique for Division 1 and 2. Essentially, Heartland will be a dark zone that you drop into, except instead of tying your move up to a rope and the chopper just takes it out, you will ride the rope up to the chopper to exit back to the base of the operation when you're done with the session. PvP threats up to 3-man teams, players, building boards, and NPC bosses, missions, mini objectives, loot, to build up sections of the operations and progress your character. Similar to previous Division games. Now, completely unique to Heartland. There is a whole new game that will change the way that you play the map after dark, with potentially more missions to complete, enemies you can encounter, but more importantly,
they made no mention, and I see no indication of a match timer, leading me to assume that there isn't one, which would be a massive positive, allowing players to choose when it's time to leave and head back to the base of operations, just as they did in the original Dark Zone, creating fun and tactical decision making, and giving the player more agency on what they're willing to risk the longer that they stay in. They also say something that raised some questions for me. The day turns to night, the threat of survival increases, and the threat of rogue players and dangerous AI is introduced. So I imagine with survival, some of the mechanics we're going to talk about here shortly will be even greater. More difficult AI will probably spawn in with better loot rewards, but introducing the threat of rogue players, maybe during the day, there is no PvP, only PvE. Also, when we have the choice of time of day that we drop in, what do you guys think? The day and night cycle is exciting, but another huge win is the OG survival mechanics being implemented in food thirst, which a player will need to find and drink water and quench, which it doesn't look like you can die of thirst. When they pull up their wheel UI, water says used to quench thirst and remove any thirst debuffs. So being thirsty will likely just have negative effects on the player, like slower movement speed or slower health regen. There will also be some type of contamination that will affect certain sections of the map, requiring filter gas masks to enter and survive. And because in several sections of the gameplay they show us almost a type of Warzone-esque looking border, moving and expanding from these locations, it could be possible that within every session, eventually the contamination consumes the map, pushing players out to their exfils, similar to the radiation in DMZ. They also make a quick mention of the possibility of sickness, being similar to survival mode. In Division 1, we may be able to contract infections, of which we'll have to seek out medicines and painkillers to combat the negative effects. I doubt they're going to drop us into every raid with the infection already attached to our character like they did in Survival in the First Division, but we'll see. And finally, I did also notice that a down player at one point in the gameplay they showed had a slot for self-revives. This is going to be a factor that shows they are looking to what other games in this genre are doing for inspiration. Self-revive kits are imperative for solo players in Call of Duty DMZ. And I can see that being the same case for those dropping into Heartland alone. Now, one of my favorite systems coming with Heartland that's been missing in extraction looter shooters is class builds, allowing every player to cater to their specific playstyle by utilizing perks they like from one of 3 available classes: Weapons Expert, Medic, and Survivalist. Each of these 3 will have their perks and specific abilities, like the Survivalist being able to find loot behind the walls, speeding up the looting process, and getting out with loot gear because of it. Or the Weapons Expert being able to craft and deploy an assault turret. Speaking of crafting, Heartland will also feature an entire out-of-grade fabricating system to craft items from 3 major categories: equipment like weapons, maybe armor, resources like different types of magazines, and consumables, which I imagine is like med kits and baby bricks. It also looks like there's going to be 3 types of crafting material to make all the items that you need. And by deconstructing items you have no use for, you will likely gain these materials. Now, for the base of operations, this is where every raid into Heartland will begin and end. Here you'll be able to store items that you're distracted with into a personal stash known as the armory, and equip what you want to take in with you into your next drop by placing it in your go bag. You'll also be able to visit traders to buy and sell, meet with other players, and accept new types of missions as well as complete contracts. Now, as of right now, by heading to the Division Heartland website, link is in this video description, you can register to participate in their next playtest, which the date for has not yet been announced, but I'll let you guys know as soon as it is. And can I be honest? Personally, not a fan of third-person shooters, at least when it comes to online PvP. But I'm really liking what I'm hearing about the Division Heartland. And I'm a big fan of the original Dark Zone. Arguably, the Division began the entire genre of extraction shooters with the Dark Zone and the survival mode. So if anybody is going to get this type of game right, they have the potential to do so. Usually I'd say, yeah, it looks good, but it's Ubisoft. But more, I think, than any AAA developer right now, Ubisoft needs it again. Skull and Bones is probably going to be delayed again, or probably canceled. And they have enough of their fan base that already has super nostalgic vibes from Dark Zone, including myself. So I say, let them cook. I'll let you guys know if we get any new info. Then check out this other upcoming extraction looter shooter that me and my buddy Big Fry just got to playtest. It's pretty weird.
Hey everyone, Rogue here, and today we're doing something a little bit different. As I'm sure you are all well aware, build videos are one of the most popular types of Division content, going all the way back to the first game, and rightly so. Building is one of the most essential components of the game. People want to know what others are using and get inspiration for their own creations. Well, one thing that came to my mind is it's a bit overwhelming, especially if you're a bit newer or returning to the game. There's so many builds to choose from, which are actually relevant in the content I want to do. I like how this build seems to play, but will it work in PvP? Will it work in heroic content? There's a lot of questions to be had there. So I came up with an idea. As somebody who over the years has solidified my loadouts and relied on them to complete all types of content in game, heroic, legendary raids, PvP, all of it, why not share that? And that's what I'm going to do today. I want to share with you all what I think are 5 top tier builds that I think you should strive to put together and have in your loadouts. That across all of them will give you at least one option to use in practically every type of endgame content in the Division 2. Raids, got you covered. PvP, no problem, all of it. So that's what we're going to do. There's one important thing to keep in mind, however, and that's that everybody has their own playstyles and preferences. For example, even though they're super effective, I tend not to use a lot of skill builds. So just because I love them and these builds work for me, they now might feel the same in your hands. So just keep that in mind, and if nothing else, then use these as a template to try and figure out why they work so well in these different types of content, and hopefully that can inspire you to create something more tuned to your own style of play, because there's certainly more than one build that can do each type of content in the game. I will leave timestamps to each of these different builds down in the description below, as well as links to videos I've done for most of these builds, which will go into much greater detail if you're needing that kind of breakdown. So without further ado, here are my 5 top loadouts for the Division 2 in 2023. Starting with DPS. Everybody needs a good DPS build. You can say you don't, but you do. But in all seriousness, this build is my go-to for a lot of prestige and endgame content. Stuff like raids, legendary missions. If you're in one of those kinds of activities and need to be able to output competitive damage, this build will get you there 100%. You've got my seal of approval. Here's the breakdown. Using an AR for our primary, I've chosen the FAL, but there's other options as well, like the AK or the TKB. Those slower fiery, high damage archetypes seem to do really well with these kinds of builds. Optimist is my go-to talent here. Then, depending on the kind of content and specific fights you're doing, I alternate my secondary between Scorpio and Nemesis Exotics. They've got you covered on each end of the extreme, short and long range damage, and that's about all you need to know. Use one of those two. We've got 6 red cores, weapon damage all the way, and other than building that damage, we're going for crit everywhere else. Coyote's Masks give some great crit bonuses to the team. The Sacrifice chest piece really ramps up that damage with Perfect Blast Cannon. A Silver Backpack buffs up my crit damage with that brand bonus. We're using Vigilance on there to boost damage even further. Fenris Gloves to boost up my AR damage, and Improvised Holster allows us to gain even higher crit value since we already have Sombra, and Fox's Prayer Knee Pads give us that really great source of amplified damage. The total crit distribution on here with the FAL is 47 chance, 184 damage. My rule of thumb is to never go above 50% crit chance when using the Coyote's Mask, when using anything other than an SMG, and when you hit that mid-range bonus, you never want to be able to exceed the crit cap, which is 60%. And this allows you to take advantage of some of those team buffs and group content if other people are running Coyotes, so it's good all around. For the specialization, Gunner works really well for me, but there's some wiggle room in cases you could experiment with some others, and I think the Decoy and Revive 5 is a really nice skill combo to run with. Next up is one that some people might say is an odd pick, an unnecessary pick, but it's one that I think is 1000% underrated, and that is a fantastic CC or crowd control build in the form of Eclipse Protocol. Eclipse is that type of build that you're just running some casual in-game content, solo or with some friends. You want to go easy mode, you just want to watch enemies die in front of you with the click of a button. It's got you covered 10 times over. If anyone doesn't know, the general idea of Eclipse is to spread status effects to nearby enemies when you kill an enemy. So once you get this thing going, you're really just able to lock down entire rooms of enemies. It's fantastic. The name of the game here is Status Effects. I'm using the Pyromaniac as my primary for that bonus damage to enemies on fire, because burn is my main status I'm spreading. Your other weapons here, even really your primary, is up to you. For the gear, status, status, status. 6 skill tiers, no surprise there. We want to buff up the base skills as much as we can. I've got the Vile Exotic Mask since it dabbles with statuses and stuff, so it pairs really well. 4 pieces of Eclipse, of course, to get that 4-piece set bonus. And then we're using both the chest piece and backpack to get those amplification talents, because I think they're really useful towards enhancing Eclipse's abilities. And then this one might be a bit controversial. I use Hannah U to eke out as much skill haste as I can get, because we've already got a lot of status effects, so why not let our skills come back just a little bit faster? But you could certainly also run 1 piece of Golem here. That's up to you. I'm also running 3 skill-based mods. As for our skills, Right Foam is a fantastic option to lock down enemies for easier target acquisition by you and your teammates. And again, bit controversial, I use the Air Burst Secret Mode because it has the highest burn duration potential in the game. On this setup, I get over 31 seconds of burn duration on this, which translates to fantastic fantastic spreading capabilities, but you could also use something like the Fire Sticky Bomb, totally up to you. And I use the Firewall specialization because it gives you 20% extra burn duration, which is quite nice for this kind of setup. You can certainly also try out Ignition, both are good options.
That's the person.
All right, and then we come to what is easily one of my most popular and favorite builds of all time, and that is my true Patriot setup. Now look, there's a lot of great builds that I would consider like heroic bruisers. They're great at clearing any kind of heroic content in the game, solo or in groups. I'm sure you'll find the perfect one for you over time. However, as a starter, and as one of the most overall well-balanced of those builds, I think this true Patriot setup is a phenomenal one to begin with. For your weapon, you're going to want to use the Chameleon Exotic AR. Now, I'll admit, this weapon does take some getting used to if you haven't used it much before, but it is so worth it, I promise. The thing lets you build incredible bonuses of 90% weapon image, huge crit values, crazy reload speed. It's a beast once you learn to tame it. Secondary and sidearm, totally up to you for what you want to use. For the gear, we're looking at 3 blue, 4 red distribution, and of course, we're using the Memento to get those extra cores. I think having at least 3 blues is essential to add that bit of survivability for heroic content, because trust me, you'll still have more than enough damage with everything else. We're using 4 pieces of True Patriot to, of course, get the full bonus. True Patriot provides 3 general bonuses like extra damage, reduce enemy damage, and healing on hit to mark targets. So it's super easy to use and understand. We want to reserve the chest piece for a Fender's chest piece. This gives us that native 10% extra AR damage for the Chameleon, and then Obliterate talent to provide a phenomenal boost of extra damage. Some people might say you should run Unbreakable, but I think you have plenty of survivability with the armor and Memento bonuses. As the Memento Exotic Backpack, need I say more? This thing is fantastic and perfectly complements the type of build that this is. On all of the pieces, we're fully speccing into crit chance and damage. Our total amounts are 52 chance and 104 damage, and that'll get boosted even more when you proc the Chameleon's bonus. For the specialization, I think Gunner fits absolutely perfectly, provides extra armor, rate of fire, etc., and it gives you access to the Banshee pulse, which I think works wonders. I use that with a Revive Hive just for that extra little safety blanket, but use whatever fits you best in that slot. Next, we get to what might seem redundant given what we just covered, but I think is absolutely a build everybody should have in their loadouts. Because while the Patriot build and ones like it are more of a casual heroic clearer, this build takes it to the next level. I'm talking heroic countdown, intense heroic content. You can even stretch it towards legendary and raids when you do that next level of damage and takiness. This has got you covered. But the trade-off is that it's much more intensive to run and upkeep compared to some of these others, but man, is it worth it. We're talking about Heartbreak, which in simple terms builds stacks of armor and damage off of pulsed enemies and goes to town with those stacks. We're using the name Pingbreaker AR as our primary for the perfected flatline talent. Secondary is the rock and roll named ACS-12. Doesn't have to be this one specifically, but I do recommend an ACS-12. Easy stack building. Pistol, use the exotic busy little bee. Allows you to gain so much extra damage with very little effort, and in content like Heroic Countdown, it's such an easy boost. Then, of course, we have 4 pieces of Heartbreaker, 6 reds rolled everywhere. You may be wondering, well, where does all that tankiness come from? Both from Heartbreaker stacks, but also we're running 3 protection from Elites mods, which gives us 36% in total. Along with those few other survivability sources that we have, it's a great way to be able to stay alive while still getting huge chunks of damage. 1 piece of Fenris on the knee pads, we get that AR damage boost, and then Memento Exotic Backpack again. Hard to pass up because it works really great here. And then we have Headshot rolled everywhere, because Heartbreaker revolves around headshots for pulses, and while it definitely does take a bit more, coordination, concentration, and skill than a crit setup does, I guarantee the trade-off is worth it. That gives us a total of 112% headshot damage. You may be wondering, well, why do I have the Firewall specialization? It's to be able to utilize the Striker shield that it comes with. That grants you extra damage for enemies in front of it while you're using it, and we are going for maximum damage here. Again, for the likes of Heroic Countdown, you need every bit you can get. Additionally, the Revive Hive, same reason as before, I just like that little bit of a safety net. You can choose your own fate then. Then last but certainly not least, we come to PvP. All of those aforementioned builds will get you through all types of PvE content in the game, but they're not quite tuned for PvP. So in case you're heading into the DZ or conflict anytime soon, I've got you covered. This isn't my absolute favorite PvP build, but this one basically has equal power to what is my favorite and is far easier to maintain and use, so I figured it would be more appropriate to show up here. For our primary, we've got the FAMAS, one of the best high-end ARs to use in PvP. Got Optimist on there. The secondary and pistol is up to you, but I highly recommend the Busy Look the Exotic for some great damage. With the Gear 5 loses really the great distribution here. You might think you'll lack in damage, but you make up for it with the B and other stuff that we'll cover right now. Catharsis Exotic Mask is a fantastic PvP item, gives you both damage, stats, effect protection, and healing, so absolutely recommend it there. Defender's Chest Piece for the AR damage and brain bonus buff, and Unbreakable for extra sustain in those intense fights. The Picaro's Holster is a new named item they introduced in Season 10, and it has a 15% weapon damage attribute as one of its regular attributes, making its dual core attribute function very lucrative for this type of setup. The Matador named Walker in Hero's Backpack gives you perfect rush again, great sustain, helps us get that 5% extra weapon damage and damage to armor from the brain, more damage there. Gloves and other Walker and Harris, which does come out to be more desirable than just running contractors because of the extra little crit. And the Fox's Prayer knee pads for that damage to targets out of cover. You're going to want to get crit any and everywhere you can on this build, and that all amounts to a lot of sustain, different things keeping them alive while outputting lots and lots of damage. The Decoy and EMP Sticky are two great skills to run in PvP, but you can also mix in the likes of the Defender Drone. And the Firewall specialization remains my favorite spec for PvP because of that unbeatable armor kit. Okay, folks, and that was a look at, again, 5 of my top loadouts for the Division 2 in 2023. Is it representative of every kind of build you can make in the game? No. Are these the only builds that can compete in these different types of content? No. We didn't even begin to dabble with the likes of healer and tank builds in here. Again, as a newer player, or maybe someone who just wants to expand the kind of content they play, for me, these 5 builds allow me to play pretty much any kind of endgame content for the Division 2 that's out there, and they're a fantastic place to start. Thank you all so much for watching. If you'd like to enjoy this video, and be sure to subscribe with notifications on to get updated every time I upload. Let me know your thoughts on not only these builds, but also this kind of video format, guys. Do you think I should do more stuff like this in the future? Maybe you absolutely hated it. Whatever your thoughts are there, I will, as always, be very curious to read through them. And that's going to do for me today, everybody. And thank you all so much for watching. Hope you have a wonderful day. And until the next one, guys, we're gold. Out.
Practice makes perfect. China's first Type 055 destroyer, the Nanchang, sets off from Qingdao. It's heading to the Yellow Sea for its first formation drill of 2023. The other 2 vessels are the Type 052 destroyer Qingdao and the Type 054A frigate Li.
编队训练主要训练的是战场信息的获取、舰艇之间信息的通联、武器作战的协同、作战指令的项目以及一个作战流程的联络。单点训练它只是一个低层次的训练，只有通过这种编队的训练，才能真正的激发它编队作战指挥系统的最大的效率、态势感知、武器使用、作战流程的优势，才能够真正的体现出来。比如说空中力量、海上力量、水下力量以及岸基力量的这种互联。最关键的是我能够看。那我们现在在海上的话，我们需要做什么？就是怎么来真正的达到这种对海上态势的掌控，特别关键。
Captain Yu Tao brings nearly 3 decades of experience to the Nanchang. Yu Tao formerly served as an executive officer of the Liaoning, China's first aircraft carrier. The Nanchang was commissioned in 2020. It's been hailed as one of the world's most powerful warships, given its long-range firepower. Liang Dong is the deputy captain. He's one of the original crew of the Nanchang.
我是一个选手，这个
训练
I
的
didn't
全
see
部
anyone
全都
of this resistance.
变得更硬，然后上边呢是让拳头和身体整体运动。
这里是前甲板，05型舰的前甲板装载了主炮、前通锤、副炮等各型。我们现在所在的位置是我们的前通用垂直发射装置，总共有112个发射在里面。主船和发射各级导弹，对空、对海、对陆、对舰各种导弹都可以使用这个。这是我们的主炮，主炮呢主要是可以用于对海和对陆作战，它可以使用不同的弹药对不同类型的目标进行打击。这是我们的副炮，它的主要功能是用于末端的对空抗击。这个炮呢，它的射速达到每分钟近万发，所以俗称万发炮。除了导航雷达之外，所有的雷达都采用了现代雷达的样式，增强舰艇的隐身性。各型武器的搭配构成了一个远近高低有机搭配的作战整体。
不断的建立营队，可以说毫不逊色，因为讲迈入了世界比较强大的海运行业。
During the 2 weeks at sea, training is comprehensive. They practice interceptions, live ammunition, search and rescue, and anti-submarine drills.
我们舰提供战斗力这个05型舰，因为它的拳头比较长，实际上就是让航母战斗群可能出海的时候，能给我们提供一定区域的这种防空的这种支撑。
你现在训练是不是都是瞄准航母战斗群？
航母战斗群只是我们未来发展的一个关键的一个方向。海上需要小的作战编组在不同的海域来策应航母编队，来支撑我的作战。可以说科目的设置就是实实在在的针对我们在海上面临的各种现实。
Japan and China competing for economic and commercial influence in Asia. Days after the visit of Japanese Prime Minister Kishida to India, now talks of an industrial hub based in Bangladesh with supply chains running all the way to India's northeast and to Nepal and Bhutan. The trilateral alliance for the Bay of Bengal and for India's landlocked northeast, aided by Bangladesh's Chittagong port and the Mahabari port, funded by Japan. Mahabari port will be Bangladesh's first deep-sea port capable of hosting large vessels. Its geographical location is an important strategic investment, both for Japan and for India. It will enhance India's port connectivity to the northeast. So is this Japan's counter to China's influence in the region? Let's take a look. Japan is Bangladesh's largest donor. The Kishida government is funding 3 infrastructure projects worth $1.27 billion in Nepal, including the port in Mahabari. In 2014, Bangladesh joined Japan's Bay of Bengal Industrial Growth Belt Initiative. In 2020, Bangladesh and Japan signed a loan deal comprising Japanese investments in 7 mega projects in Bangladesh. Bangladesh is in the process of negotiating a comprehensive economic agreement with India and a similar trade cooperation agreement possibly with Japan. For Japan, India is central to its South Asia policy. So it's not just Bangladesh where they find their interests aligned. In Sri Lanka too, India and Japan are closely working to restructure the island nation's debt. The two have been owners investors in Sri Lanka, but that doesn't match China's sheer volumes of investment and therefore debt dependency. In 2018, Japan donated 2 petrol vessels to Sri Lanka, each vessel costing nearly $11 million earth to China. Just like Bangladesh and Sri Lanka in Nepal too, Japan is pledging economic support. The Japan International Cooperation Agency has signed a loan agreement of 10 billion yen to aid economic growth. Ongoing projects under the scheme are the Tanakun Hydro Project, the Nagdunga Tunnel, and improvement of water supply. Increasing Japanese influence in Nepal is sure to cause China discomfort, given Nepal shares a border with Tibet. So can a new continental order reshape the balance of power in the Asia Pacific? Japan has pledged $75 billion for an open and free Indo-Pacific by 2030. It is to help economies in South and Southeast Asia counter China's assertiveness. As for India, the Northeast is critical as it shares a common border with China, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Bhutan. China claims Arunachal as its territory and is opposed to any outside investment in the region, but that has not stopped Japan from investing in the Northeast as a challenge to China's expansion. It also supports India having a firmer footing in the Asia-Pacific and Bay of Bengal region. Kishida has described India as an indispensable partner whose role is integral to maintaining peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific. Can Japan's East-West networks and India's North-South transport corridor be a viable alternative to China's Belt and Road Initiative? Nearly half the world's trade passes through the region. Japanese financing is widely seen as reliable as opposed to China's invasive economic influence. It seems Japan's private diplomacy can be a real challenge to China's overarching ambitions in Asia.
Division 2 atau Division 1. Oh, Division 1 yang apa ini? Promotion engine.
为“一带一路”建设美好的未来，为各国发展繁荣，为这次高峰论坛圆满成功，为各位嘉宾和家人的健康。
That is what Chinese President Xi Jinping had to say at the first ever Silk Road Summit held in May 2017 in Beijing. Xi hosted leaders from 29 nations for showcasing his cherished One Belt, One Road initiative that launched in 2013. Later, it was rebranded simply as the Belt and Road Initiative. The modern route under the BRI seeks to connect Asia with Africa and Europe via land and maritime networks. It's inspired by the concept of the Silk Road established during the Han Dynasty 2,000 years ago, an ancient network of trade routes that connected China to the Mediterranean via Eurasia for centuries. With this ambitious project, China aims to stabilize its western peripheries and rekindle its economy. China touted it as the project of the century, with an estimated cost of over $1 trillion. Experts predicted that China's expenses over the life of the BRI could even touch a staggering $8 trillion. Shocking, isn't it? The project aimed at constructing highways, bridges, hydroelectric dams, and other infrastructure. But of late, Xi's grand plan seems to be losing its footing.
The Belt and Road Initiative is definitely failing, and I don't think it will survive.
7 years since China's BRI is running into several issues with partner countries. Last year in Pakistan, protests sparked against the China-Pakistan economic corridor in the port city of Ladakh, demanding for the Chinese to leave. Sri Lanka, soaring prices and crippling international debts have been stirring citizen protests since 2019. China offers the Taliban economic support and seeks to revive business ventures inside Afghanistan. But the Taliban's activities affect the China-Pakistan economic corridor. Can China truly rely on the Taliban? And then there is this. The impact of the ongoing Ukraine war has fallen hard on the BRI projects, which has indeed put a stopper in China's expansion plans into Western Europe.
As this war has slowed down economic opportunities around the globe, it's creating some for China with the supply of non-lethal equipment and potentially lethal equipment down the road. It's also slowing and causing supply chain disruptions in other parts of the globe that make it harder for it to continue BRI work. So in a way, it's a combination of challenges for China.
BRI plans in Africa have also taken a hit with increased US and European spending in the region. According to a recent report from the Green Finance and Development Center in Shanghai, China's investment in the continent related to its global infrastructure development strategy dropped by a whopping 55% to $7.5 billion last year. Last but not least, the trade war between the United States and China and mounting tensions with the West at large have added to its woes. The Chinese economy itself has been battered by the tight pandemic restrictions it had imposed over the last 3 years. At the same time, it is also struggling to recover the debt assistance it had made to other nations. So where is China heading now with its bold BRI plan? Let's explore the not-so-promising route in Europe. Beijing's multi-billion-dollar Belt and Road Initiative has been called the Chinese Marshall Plan. It is said to be a Chinese campaign for political dominance. From Southeast Asia to Eastern Europe and Africa, BRI includes 17 countries that account for half the world's population and a quarter of global GDP. BRI led the Chinese firms to engage in construction work across the globe on unparalleled scale. Chinese companies have secured more than $250 billion in construction contracts.
Sim.
Chinese money has gushed into South Asia, and especially Pakistan, in the past decade. Pakistan enjoys a special economic relationship with China, and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, or CPEC, is regarded as the crown jewel of the BRI. It will offer China the shortest access to the market from Central Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and Europe through the deep sea port of Ecuador, which is the linchpin of the initiative. Although seaplanes launched in 2015, local resistance affected its pace. Pakistan realized that China's investment is primarily about its own economic and geopolitical objectives, as well as commercial and military interests in Ecuador. In 2021, protests erupted in Pakistan's coast in Ecuador against a severe shortage of water and electricity, and threats to livelihoods. Demonstrators, including fishers and local workers, blocked the road. They checked and shut down.
It's very kind of this
The protests were part of a growing
not very
discontent with
real.
China's presence in Ecuador, in which China invested billions in infrastructure projects. In January 2023, protests continued to escalate. The Ecuador rights movement leader issued a warning for Chinese nationals to leave the Ecuador area, potentially jeopardizing economic ties between China and Pakistan.
You see that faces its own challenges, and it's a hugely expensive project. $62 billion alone, but then there's another potential huge amounts of investment going in on top of just the corridor itself and the connection with the water port and the like. And so we see some slowdown in these projects. Well, there's no doubt that Pakistan's instability affects China's ability to operate effectively there, as would any country, as would affect the Pakistani people themselves. Huge investment for Pakistan and for China, a key part of that economic corridor that China seeks to build with Pakistan. And so the investment there is huge. We've seen, obviously, more stoppages. We've seen challenges. We've seen the concern of the Pakistani government about the debt that's being taken on to do this. And of course, any time you have political instability of the kind that Pakistan had, protests and the like, that's going to make it harder to engage in these large-scale, long-term economic development projects.
China has shelled out large loans to countries like Afghanistan and Pakistan to secure its BRI dream. It has also considered Afghanistan's membership and participation in the BRI, with a delegation from Afghanistan participating in its forum in 2017. Let's not forget that even before the fall of Kabul, a Taliban delegation headed by its senior leader, Mullah Abdul Ghani Baradar, had visited China and held talks with Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi. The Taliban had declared that it sees China as a friend of Afghanistan. The Taliban's complete control of Afghanistan and withdrawal of the U.S. troops from China appears to be not plans to extend the BRI to Afghanistan and invest in the country to exploit its rich minerals and rare earth mines. Considering China's engagement with the Taliban, will it be able to reach its BRI goals?
China sees what a lot of nations have seen in Afghanistan, which is a country that needs help, that wants assistance, that needs political stability to empower its people and take advantage of economic opportunities. Afghanistan sits on one of the richest deposits of critical and rare earth minerals in the world, and never really been able to develop those resources because of the constant warring between various groups, ethnic and otherwise, the constant flow of corruption in that country. Anybody's really consolidate power and be successful not only that remains in Pakistan. That does create instability. That for reasons creates instability in the northern areas, which sometimes the Pakistani military asserts itself in and sometimes doesn't. So all of that absolutely will have an impact on both China's efforts to invest in that corridor, that economic corridor, but also any investments that may or may not make it up.
On the 1st of April 2022, Sri Lankan President Gotabaya Rajapaksa declared a nationwide public emergency following violent protests over the country's worst economic crisis in decades. The economic disaster is blamed on currency shortages caused by the travel ban imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic, which led to Colombia's inability to purchase fuel, resulting in a shortage of food and essential commodities. While Colombo battles the most significant economic crisis, analysts believe China's debt trap diplomacy is behind Colombo's economic difficulties. China left billions over the past decade for infrastructure projects like the Hambantota port and the coal power plant in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka later asked China to restructure debt payments of about $3.5 billion. Has China turned a blind eye after deluding the island country in a financial trap?
I think Sri Lanka is a big black eye Belt Road initiative that will make other states leery about accepting these large loans that they can't repay, and China's not going to be working later on adjusting the terms. I think it was a major embarrassment for the program, and it certainly hurt China's relationship with Sri Lanka, making the World Bank say China's not being responsible in addressing the dire debt situation of these nations.
February 2022, Russia invaded and occupied parts of Ukraine. The war triggered a massive shock in the economy and trampled stability of China's BRI plans in Russia. China's BRI investments in Russia fell to zero for the first time, indicating Beijing's reluctance to incur sanctions in the wake of the Russian-Ukraine war. It was reported Beijing struck no deals with Russian entities under the BRI program in 2022. However, a year earlier, in 2021, Russia and China signed deals worth about $2 billion. And not just Russia, BRI's westward expansion of China looks bleak amid the Russia-Ukraine war. According to China Shenzhen International Domestic Credit Rating Agency, the Russia-Ukraine conflict has the BRI. China-Europe freight rail services to Ukraine have been disrupted. Chinese projects in Ukraine are valued at $6.64 billion. Their progress has been stalled. The BRI has presented tremendous opportunities in terms of trade and growth in Europe. But with the ongoing war, several projects under the BRI have been thrown into disarray.
I believe that China does not want to see Russia lose Ukraine, and China is happy to blame on NATO and the United States. But I believe China hates its wars. It's bad for its economic and political relationships. It threatens to strengthen relationships with Western Europe.
And then in February, on the occasion of the first anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, China proposed a 12-point peace plan to end the war. Many analysts see this move in Beijing as an opportunity in disguise.
There would probably be a BRI after the Ukraine if there was not a war. And I think that perhaps an agenda is that China would like to rebuild Ukraine and really reach about some money that would give China a foothold in this European power.
In the China has lent hundreds of millions of dollars to the initiative. In Zambia, China commissioned a major infrastructure project. In Ethiopia, China financed the Aisha power project under the BRI scheme. In Ghana, China's most significant investment was the construction of the 400-megawatt Bui Dam. These projects reflect exciting activities in the region, but it came with risks. One of these is the Western interest in the conflict. In June 2021, the US and all G7 countries launched an exact although there is deep visa to meet the infrastructure needs then you can B3W needs to invest $40 billion in other nations, including Africa, like these developments may have altered China's plans in recent years. Beijing is no longer funding new projects in African countries. Big ticket projects under the Belt and Road Initiative have been shelved because of a report by an international law firm. Chinese-backed financing for infrastructure projects in Africa under BRI fell from 11 billion in 2017 to 3.3 billion in 2020. Another report said only 4.5 billion worth of investment was attracted by the sub-Saharan countries in 2022, compared to 8.1 billion in 2021. While no new funding was announced by China last year for connectivity projects, Turkey and other countries secured large deals, including an $8.7 billion project in Egypt.
With Chinese behavior in Africa is, as the African nations have learned, is it's really about resource extraction. It's about going there, getting access to materials, bringing in Chinese labor, not even using African labor, and then taking material out. So yes, they're building roads, they're building parliament buildings and the like, they're building ports, but those roads and those ports are being used to extract resources and take them to China, right? And make these nations dependent on China for the money to build those roads and to pay those debts back. And then depend on China for that supply and that outflow of goods as well. And so, in a lot of ways, I think the African nations are really waking up to the reality of what China is and how China's operating there.
They've invested heavily in countries that have access to critical minerals, since China is trying to pull in the market on these minerals. China is extracting some of these minerals from within China, but some of them are not available in China, and they have to be obtained from other nations such as Africa.
Commercial conflict in modern history, the China-US trade war started in 2018. The then President Donald Trump accused China of unfair trading practices, while China claimed the US was trying to restrict its rise as a global economic power. The trade war caused economic pain on both sides. It also weighed heavily on the global economy due to additional import tariffs levied by both China. The prolonged conflict reached a turning point in January, signing the phase one trade deal, but the damage was done.
I think it's hurt the Chinese economy, and I think it's going to get worse. There's now a new committee in the U.S. House of Representatives that is investigating the threat from China. There's another subcommittee looking at China's responsibility for the COVID virus, and this is going to lead to more impediments on U.S.-China trade. The Biden administration has put a
pandemic caused a wave of economic crises in China's Belt and Road Initiative. There has been a dramatic drop in export revenues in China. China's strict zero-COVID policies weighed down its economy and stalled global supply chains. Several BRI countries facing high external debt are also hit hard by the pandemic. According to a report in 2022, under the BRI, China dumped over $1 trillion in loans to nearly 150 developing and least developed countries with high rates of interest, becoming the world's largest official creditor for the first time. Many of the projects have stalled, and Beijing's loans have gone sour. Beijing is poised to front load the debt crisis in countries where it is heavily invested in the BRI.
China has loaned about $105 billion between 2019 and 2021, and much of that debt has been to states that owe bad debts, and it's responded by just loaning more money and refusing to restructure the debt. But China is facing at least $5 trillion in debt needed by local governments and cities because of problems with investment, problem banks.
clearly, along the way, the initiative has lost momentum.
Consumer subsidies began being scaled back in June, driving up the cost to buy one. New CEO will be linked down his concerns. He says his company and the electric industry overall are just starting to get on the road.
Our industry is constantly changing. There are always new challenges. We have more and more customers, and their situation is changing too. It's not easy. It takes time.
The government regulations and a massive market will help ensure momentum toward green cars. And that policymakers in Beijing, not Washington or California, are in the driver's seat.
Technological electricity. China has historically produced more than 75% of the world's car compounds. But today, China is the second largest car market in the world, and first, recreating what they call an agricultural economy.
Artist Zhang Tuan has never set foot outside China, but he knows a lot about the streets of Paris. From his studio in the country's southern Guangdong province, he's painted tens of thousands of European scenes. The 44-year-old earns a living duplicating paintings and has copied works by some of the world's most famous artists, including Van Gogh.
You know Van Gogh's Starry Night? I used to paint 5 copies per day. Every year, I produce 3 to 5,000.
Artists here used to produce up to 75% of the world's duplicates. These were ordered by a student nation in Amsterdam. Each canvas earns him just $5, though he knows they're sold for much more. He often spends 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, painting duplicates.
People say painters here in Dutton Village are no better than copy editors. We started with what things to be digital, and one is cheap. Every copy was almost the same, as if done by machine, but it's not. It's done by hand, and there's a process. And by this process, we become better artists.
He lives in Dutton Village and dreams of making his mark on China's art scene. His timing could be just right. Once notorious for forgeries and fakes, China's art market is now forging ahead. This isn't a mad dash on Black Friday. It's the race to grab a seat at one of the country's most prestigious auction houses, China Guardian. Last year, the firm says it closed $822 million worth of sales. 1/3 of all art global sales are now made in China, and the country's new wealthy class are a hungry market. Here, ink paintings, paper fans, and calligraphy can sell for millions. With traditional works commanding such high prices, Chinese buyers are starting to see art as a more reliable investment than the stock market. China Guardian is the country's oldest auction house, founded with the mission of recreating China's cultural aristocracy.
We are now living in a flourishing age. We see more people visiting exhibitions, museums, and collections. This shows that the level of people's artistic appreciation and cultural quality is improving.
In China, we say our nation has 5,000 years of history, and we can understand Chinese society and humanity through our art and culture.
Beijing-based artist Hao Yang says China is slowly restoring its artistic legacy, something lost during the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s and 70s, when many artists were condemned as counter-revolutionaries.
Or since the olden days, whether it was royal collections or private collections, China was a country which favored art, but we had a break in our history. We are restoring it. There's respect for art and culture.
The 36-year-old's ink paintings have sold to the likes of New York's Metropolitan Museum of Art and the Centre Georges Pompidou in Paris. But contemporary paintings such as his, artists sought after in the Chinese market dominated by traditional art, where some consider more modern work poetical.
I think it's fair and normal for people to criticize. After all, I'm doing what I want, and don't think too much about cultural tradition or what's popular according to the current climate.
But that climate is changing thanks to younger buyers. Beijing Gallery and Woods is popular with millennial art lovers and often showcases collections by Western artists, including British artist David Hockney.
Visitors to this gallery represent a new generation of China's art enthusiasts, educated abroad and increasingly interested in Western work.
They are the urban elite minority. The majority of Chinese art buyers are middle-income and middle-aged, buying their art in places like Dazzling Village. Here serves a man looking to decorate his home. 10 years ago, most of his customers were foreigners looking to buy copies of European paintings. Today, he says they're mostly middle-income Chinese looking to buy original Chinese art. This change is thanks in large part to a government push to shed China's copycat label.
Highly skilled painters or art school graduates were trained and encouraged to create original work. Artistic taste and education is improving. In the future, it will be even better.
It's that future that Zheng Wuchuan looks forward to. He works on his own art, a fusion of Western and Chinese styles. Zheng says China's growing art market means it's now more profitable for him to be original.
These days, when customers are interested in my work, they're more generous in what they're willing to pay. As an artist, I dream of producing excellent art of my own and leaving behind influential work for the next generation.
As China's art market develops, artists like Zheng Wuchuan are producing art that's more reflective of themselves, and hoping for a life spent copying less and creating more.
But in China, the freedom to create does not carry over to everyone. Uyghurs are Muslims who trace their roots back for thousands of years in Central Asia. Today, most of them, about 11 million, live in the Chinese province of Xinjiang. They represent less than 1% of a country that is 92% Han Chinese. The ethnicity of China traces back to the Han Empire. The U.S. visit Chinese government has shown more than a million Muslim Uyghurs in its camps. What the Chinese say is re-education. Communist China has long persecuted people based on their religion. The survivors of those camps and international researchers describe the largest state-sponsored internment based on religion and ethnicity as Nazi internment. You begin in a city to which many Uyghurs have fled. Istanbul.
Istanbul is 2,500 miles from Xinjiang, China. Muslim Uyghurs who live here are free.
I never imagined this could happen in the 21st century. Things that people subjected to cuffs on their hands, shackles, and black hoods over their heads.
People are going is alone in a small apartment. The injuries she suffered in Chinese detention 2 years ago healed, but she hasn't gotten over the memories.
I saw them. 14-year-old girls to 80-year-old women. They take them for interrogation. They would come back and their bodies were bruised, their heads swollen. After 3 months, they put a black hood over my head and took me away. I feel like I'm in there right now. There in the cell. I'll never forget this as long as I live. They destroyed my life.
Abu Salam Muhammad also found sanctuary here on the banks of the Bosphorus. He and every Uyghur struggles with his self-imposed exile. They were too scared that Chinese people
Can you describe for us what that
He brought everyone in there because it was suspicious. There is unimaginable oppression inside. Every day they toss us a little bread and water.
所以说ChatGPT 的理论，好像你是发现我ChatGPT 你像我去version 1.0 and what I like just a second. It's one of you, but I don't know it's you know, they should always let's see. Figure out more than how to work. Oh God. But sometimes it could be the weather, it could be my skin. So last time it's not good. Maybe it get built up, you need to go for minor operation. You got minor operation. And then if you have this this operation, this Friday and we will school. Holiday is on Saturday. Tomorrow I'm going to the Lucky Block. Maybe I'm going to first they thought I'm going to do this. Then they all go there and then only the girl in Sawa. I'm going to this British they listen on me and they listen on this 2 days. I suppose that nobody knows how to do it. Just a few people in the Saudi Arabia. Then maybe they felt to be sure that these people are people create this. And maybe that's how they look at it. Someone's doing the water that yes, not everybody more positively. This is a lesson. Something that will this game and some fun to do this. You know the proof. It's a high cost of living. Not everybody. Because then it's higher cost of living. Like this water, not really. Maybe they make all this is only 30 cents. Nexus. There's no value of the piece. And it's not one people. It sounds like we have one people, but we have most of the what's we are buying. So I think it's better the generating the kind of getting of the oil. So we need to want to some before I go out. This when you apply on the cuts the cream. The cream is actually kind of like one of these. So it's not idle power. Who are skills, that's the thing. In Philippines, oh my god, yeah, driving, yeah. There's actually one here to see. Check, see what. I have one see how about that. So what maybe in June, so I will check my calendar. Maybe that's what they think that guys. Is it only have a little clear out tons of things and then now they want to know they need to plan the stage rather than maybe they want to talk about the Chinese region. Channel last week about the cameras of focusing on you, the more state, even the sound will be noisy, but at least see that you are doing turn the sound on. Well, the company with my name is like this. I think this I wrote. I just think of girl. And I think it's city. Yeah, I'm looking on and then go Starbucks. And then go coffee. Yeah, the drinks only is energy only the cheese. Because I feel more because sometimes I walk on it. But normally by luck you're not supposed to do. And when that is not supposed to happen, I ask the device for continue. Because my leg is slowly healing. If it gets loose and like ever since I came back, this part here heal very fast. Then the chemicals or everything. And sometimes maybe it's this boil or the chemicals is too strong. So when applies healing, then in the end, and I apply, then maybe the rashes and everything. So one of the beauties and even one of the dirty, this is dirty, and this is very small. That's the other one, what we do. I already have on those 100% Facebook. You can see inside on this stock not different from some we are very intensive. So they don't use to go for life because it's not really what we do and all these are different. But I still stabilize that this is almost for another 15 years. So I can of course, even if I'm not around, still of course I still some of the things I must for 20 years. So sometimes I just upgrade for 10 years, some really deeply, along with some parts, just upgrade for 10 years. And 10 years upgrade one, I say every year or every couple years. And it is really, for me, I find not necessary. Actually, it's not this one. Because sometimes that's also good food. Last time they did it to as well, big pan food. And then my blood, because the vein, and then blood, just really for cheese. So all the people, I'm really, by the time, when you try to eat money, you go in, want to do. It's not the one to say I die here. Like I'm dying here, they're selling what you don't it's fake. It's to the hospital. It's like one device is here, how many one device is supposed to be? What's wrong? Legal activities. So sometimes I want to learn, sometimes I just don't need to learn. Sometimes I just run as I do my now it's more like here. There's actually nothing here. On this country. And then when you do a treat, then they say, oh, that's the kind of there's a lot of illegal money laundering, a lot of money coming from China. And that's how they try to destroy young people. And they want to see that, oh, maybe it's the blood and all this. That's why they want to go up you, they believe that they are creating all these children on the skin, all the blood. I have this social media. Blood, skin, what you believe, what they believe, so doing all these devices is better than things. Spy can go to areas that are in hiding, that in the open field, in the farms, and all these people observing from afar. How can reduce their behavior? Because from there they can see. But if you are in a history, sometimes cat can have listening device that visual, hear it, they can hear what becomes something like this. If it's the ears or something. And then the devices installed on the walls. So when you install the walls, you can hear. So all the business all the check and balance system. How money goes here and then the Chinese I don't know, but in China they don't have anyone can beat people over secretly sneaking, killing, and giving trust, like relay to someone like cop. A lot of people use it. After recording, sending bank, then you send it to someone. This is public environment. This is my skin is better right now, but this is my back. I came back immediately when I was like traveling from plane. The air and the plane was fantastic. You feel the germs, everything, and the germs like hang on my leg, my body, and maybe the germs goes onto this thing. But as I said, as time goes by, all kinds of it's not as bad as the germs in the Philippines. old man will never do chemicals, only spray actually is put chemicals. Along the way, the spray, and just kill these germs and bacteria. They have another one that is, I want to get that one. Let me, we will do. I don't know what very good. Some maybe double check. We need to information. Some not necessarily. Double check. So hopefully I will teach you. What is this? What is this? I don't know. So it's actually the microchip. How to do that?
Artificial intelligence, or AI, is the next big buzzword in the video games industry and, frankly, all sorts of entertainment industries. Unlike previous trends like blockchain and metaverse, new advancements in AI are set to bring big changes to the industry, with developers from AAA studios to indies all looking into how AI can transform games from more realistic NPC to shortening the development time of even the biggest MMOs.
And it's not hard to imagine AI having an immediate transformative effect in games, because AI in games has already been around for a long time. So the question isn't whether or not AI will change games, as it is already a fixture in game development, but rather how the accelerating new advances in AI could disrupt the existing workflows. While other recent trends couldn't immediately answer how they can enhance gaming as a medium, AI doesn't suffer from the same vagaries. Both the positives and negatives of AI overtaking game development are easy to see, both in terms of how they could be applied and what practical results could come from them. The first question, whether or not AI will disrupt the game industry, is a somewhat complicated question, given that AI is already a major part of the video game industry. If you've ever played a game where you're escorting a non-playable companion, they're being powered by AI, along with all the enemies and boss fights you encounter. No Man's Sky uses machine learning to create new planets for players to explore endlessly, making it another example of how AI tools are already being incorporated into popular video games. If you've played a video game where levels are generated procedurally, that too is using a form of AI, as developers aren't hand-making these new levels for players to try each time. And in fact, game reviewers have praised games where the AI is particularly impressive, or have called out games where the AI feels lacking.
If you've ever encountered a computer-controlled enemy that dodges at the last moment or surprises you with an attack, it's a good chance that it's the work of AI. AI has been a part of games for many years now. It could be as simple as NPCs reacting to your gameplay, or an enemy's behavior during battle. AI helps to make moments in games more dynamic. Monster Hunter gives their creatures AI that react to you. They realize when you're vulnerable and take advantage of that. The Nemesis system and the Shadow of Mordor war games give all the generals unique personalities, and based on your actions, they change their stories thanks to AI. These are just a few examples, but I'm intrigued to see where AI goes next in games.
On the player side too, AI is already being used to enhance the base gaming experience. While our How AI Will Change Technology video goes more in-depth on this topic than I will, companies like NVIDIA are using AI to improve video game graphics, without users needing to upgrade to the most expensive hardware. All this is to say, AI is already a feature in game development, as well as the game playing experience.
Advancements in existing AI tools will only make these same features more impressive going forward, with particular excitement for how advanced AI language models can improve NPC. Which brings us to our next point.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry.
One of the most exciting advancements, particularly with the rise of language models like ChatGPT, is improving non-playable characters, or NPCs. To get a better idea of how AI can make for a more realistic NPC, I asked OpenAI's ChatGPT directly. It said, one area where AI is already having a significant impact is in character behavior and decision making. AI algorithms can be used to create more realistic and believable non-player characters that interact with players in more natural and dynamic ways. For example, NPCs can be programmed to react to a player's actions, adapt to changing game conditions, and learn from their experiences. If that's something a chat-based AI program told me in response to a question, imagine that technology is used to create characters in the next Dark Souls.
The important thing to keep in mind about AI is that it should be treated like a tool, and specifically in the context of game design, I think it's important to look at it as a means of easing the process of developing games. And the people who make games will still be human beings, creators, artists, designers, etc. But if AI can help sort of ease the process of going from idea to actual creation, then that's cool. But it shouldn't be just the be-all, end-all, the creation itself. So, hopefully it takes some of the weight off of all of this stuff that's a pain in the ass in making video games and makes it easier for more people to make games.
One AAA video game developer already exploring AI for NPC dialogue is Ubisoft, who unveiled Ghostwriter, an internal AI scriptwriting tool developed at Ubisoft before. In a 1.5-minute long video released by Ubisoft themselves, the studio explained how Ghostwriter uses AI to create rough drafts of NPC chatter or sparks. First, writers create a character with a variable input or a situation that the character experiences. Ghostwriter will then generate new lines for the character that a writer can then choose and edit. Ubisoft says the Ghostwriter AI will free up their writers who can then spend more time focusing on high-level narrative like cutscenes or a game's overall story and character design. If we choose to take Ghostwriter as an example, Ubisoft is keen on calling the tool a time saver that will enhance efficiency and free up the developers to work on more important parts of the game. And that could very well be true. As game development time continues to extend with the requirements of more advanced technology, particularly AAA games, being able to save precious time on writing each individual NPC dialogue could help make development times more reasonable. And while the example used here was for background chatter, generative AI could be asked to create elements of a game that aren't necessarily unique, like the bushes in the forest, for example. In the same way, this would free a writer from having to spend time on individual NPCs that players will only encounter in the background. This could free up artists to work on more important and unique visual assets. This isn't just a benefit for large studios with extended development times either. Games industry adopters spoke with indie game developer Shahid Ahmad, who said that AI could help smaller studios punch above their weight, giving access to more advanced tools and assets, such as graphical and visual assets, to smaller teams that previously couldn't compete with AAA companies.
Indie developers have been using AI basically as long as AAA developers have been using it. If you've ever played a game with procedural generation, where the game's making maps and rooms kind of on the fly as you play, that's a form of AI. A lot of games have NPC AI or enemy AI in them, and indie developers use all those tools too. To make development easier, especially if they don't need to have giant teams and hire tons of people to make things for them. Generative AI is a little more questionable, and not as many indie developers are using it. But I've talked to folks who have used programs like ChatGPT to explain development concepts to them, like how to make something in Unreal or Unity, or they've used generative AI to inspire their games, maybe to create some concept art that they then work on themselves, combine human elements and AI elements. So there's a lot of different ways that they're using it to make games easier.
If AI has been around for so long in game development, why has there been such a recent wave of concern over the impact of AI technology in games? That's partly to do with what new AI tools are able to generate, particularly when it comes to writing, but also art and audio. Ubisoft is clear that Ghostwriter is only being used to write crowd chat, telling Axios that it will be used to generate plot, character backstories, lore, or any of the other core elements of a game's narrative. But as generative AI is caught using real work from existing artists and writers, there's a fear that AI could be used to replace human workers altogether. There are already plenty of examples online of generative AI recreating art assets in the style of existing, and in some cases, deceased artists. And AI voice generation is getting better at mimicking real-life actors, putting voice actors at risk of losing their next role to an AI that could sound similar to them. There aren't a lot of safeguards protecting employees from losing their jobs to AI, in the same way that there weren't a lot of safeguards protecting manufacturing workers from losing their jobs to machines. As AI becomes even more advanced, being able to generate art, dialogue, voiceover recording, and even code, it'll be up to AI ethicists to examine the risk of flooding the market with tools that could potentially upend the labor market and force thousands out of work.
So I'm hesitant to start jumping for joy over the implementation of AI-generated assets in video games. Now I can see the positives of overworked developers using it to streamline their processes and reduce the amount of time they spend crunching late into nights and weekends, but I can also see massive studios using it as a means to cut jobs, reduce staff, and leave creativity up to unpaid algorithms. When it comes to technology, humanity has a tendency to rip the genie out of its bottle and throw in at everything without stopping to think of the ramifications. And if a big greedy corporation can use it to lay off a person and get a machine to do it for free, bet your ass they will.
The question about what the future of games under AI will look like is really asking what existing AI in games will look like in the future. Language model AIs are the most prominent and exciting developments in the AI space, with immediate applications for game development, particularly NPC. The potential for deeper NPC interactions, more robust RPG systems, and even the ability for smaller studios to be able to create large-scale games that could go toe-to-toe with the biggest MMORPGs are all just some of the possibilities with the new AI revolution. But it'll take a careful watch to ensure that AI doesn't push out the human qualities that go into game development.
We've got plenty of excitement here at Stamford Bridge.
Voiceover likenesses to AI studios, who can promise your next AAA game protagonist can be voiced by an AI. While it's not accurate to say video games are in the early stages of AI development, it's certainly a new chapter for the technology. And the industry will have to evolve with AI more than any other recent buzzword trend to hit gaming.
Moving forward effectively. It has to be a goal in the early stages. Precisely what they had been planning.
All of a sudden, AI is everywhere.
Well, here you can see it again. Good run, great strength, and a composed finish under pressure. That's a top-class goal.
The smartest creatures in the world.
This is 11 months. I got new one. Only football in the season. Is this something this player very good man.
Oh, hell no!
Oh, no. This is Thailand. Pausa. Wasted. Oh, there was so. Oh, it's not very fantastic. Oh my god, how do you do that? That's good. This is brilliant. Oh my god, oh, it goes on. The ball is that side. This is fantastic. Oh my god. How do you do it? Again, chasing the ball. Not chasing man's balls. Updated release. Better than us. Update. Halfway they decided to exchange whatever phone number or this. I believe that's one of this fun. It's like more than is supposed to use the a second of the game. That's convenience scheme. So what is it now? 3, 4, 3, 4, 3. Oh my god. What's that? 3, 4, 3. Okay, let's look at oh no sound. Some release have something. 7. Okay, Chelsea.
And the ball is moving once more. How important will that opening goal prove to be?
Wrong plus. Keep a good shot. Stand the goal. Oh my god, this game not going. Oh, went out. Supposed to be good. Maybe sing what they can really play guys. Okay. See this play some good. Something like that, the mind. This is game or something. Yeah, I also want to see
EA Sports to the game.
Yeah, because I went out and somebody sometimes it's really days, but I got so somebody really is really like this before. Hold on. I was just like doing the women's workout. I was doing I just want to training. I was training. So it's like learning a little bit how to play zero on the top. It's not all the way.
It ought to be a really interesting battle. Chelsea kick off. This attack looks highly promising. And getting the better of a marker. Real chance.
Oh.
And there it is. The opening goal. The ideal way to start.
Well, as you can see, the defending is all over the place. That's far too easy for the attackers. The goalkeeper's got absolutely no chance there.
So Chelsea restart the game. Can they come up with an answer? Throw in here for Arsenal. Frida Molnu. And Little. Ford. Well, doesn't have to do it on her own. Firing it in. Determined defending. It's a short corner. Promising pass. There's a slide rule pass. Oh, a goal for Arsenal. It's theirs to lose now.
Well, here it is again, and it's a superbly weighted through ball to break that defensive line. And just look at that finish. 1v1 against the keeper, and she hits it with power. It's a great goal.
So underway once more, 2-0 the lead here. Well, credit for that piece of ball winning. Now what can she do next?
Nice tackle. This time already.
Well, as you can see, Arsenal had most of the ball, and that's been because of their ability to win the ball back so quickly. Their pressing has been excellent, and they just haven't stopped working.
Oh, Stuart, they might be onto something here. Oh, stellar defensive work to get back and win possession. And unable to pick out a teammate. And that'll be a throw. Is it going to be? And it goes! A 3-goal cushion! This is astonishing stuff!
Well, just watch this again. A change of pace, a change of direction, and a decent finish. That's a very good goal.
Well, this is threatening to get out of hand. Just look at the scoreline. And beating her marker. Well, I must say, that goes down as a very disappointing effort. This is looking threatening. Oh, big opportunity! Into the goalkeeper's grateful clutches. She won't be complaining about that. And Chelsea have given us away. Plenty of support here. Being egged on by the crowd, and fairly routine for her in the end. Well, they couldn't keep possession. Not a huge chunk of added time. 1 minute. Benke. And the first 45 minutes have come and gone here at Stamford Bridge.
You know, the seal was against the
And so they begin the second half. Arsenal hold the advantage presently. And it might be another goal! The lead cross to floor now! A rampant display!
Well, here's the replay, and just look at that power. That's almost unstoppable. That's a great strike.
Well, it has been one-sided, but they deserve the plaudits for the fact that they've kept going and going. Millie Bright. Ev Pennyson. Bright. And Buchanan. Pennyson. Kadisha Buchanan. Sam Kerr. Oh, this is looking promising. Can they cover up? And thumped away. Not a great pass.
Well, what a magnificent save that was. It really was top-class goalkeeping.
Well, at the back of that breathtaking piece of goalkeeping, can they keep the ball and create? Now, does she mean business? Quite frankly, she really should have been doing better from there, and I suspect she knows it. Having won the ball back, they might be able to profit. Oh, surely! Not the easiest of situations for the keeper. Playing it in. Oh, great header. Smart stop, though. Might still be able to do a bit of damage. An alert piece of defending. Well, really calm, composed goalkeeping there.
It certainly was on the second attempt. It was the first save that...
In Philippines, my ears not itching. But in Philippines, it's not itching. And here, there is other women. A lot of germs and bacteria and not very clean and I spray, see, I spray. I'm sitting there and I said, what can I do? Really nice. It's actually really good. This like it's before. Maybe I come here on this picture. I like not supposed to be. And this part actually, everything I think this part will actually my this part will actually maybe I eat the food and here I don't drink I drink a little bit sugar stuff inside. Sugar I think sometimes it's not all I see it's sugar. I don't know how many people buy it. Not this I still spray. Why is supposed to put on? Not say you must spray every day. It is because they Okay, okay. Biasa biasa it's just a green, green, orange. What type of blue? What is so beautiful? Or even a purple? A little bit of purple and a dark blue. Oh. Look at you. You have to do it right now. No successful. Okay. a short life.
Really stood out. That was a brilliant piece of goalkeeping.
Ingle. James. It's really opening up positively for Chelsea. A glorious chance. Well kept out.
1-0.
Well, they've decided to make a change.
This one needs again.
It's a short corner. It could be up for grabs. And there it is, a goal. But will it be purely a consolation at this stage of the proceedings? They haven't been at their best.
Well, here it is again. And the defending simply isn't good enough. They have to react quicker, deal with the danger, and show more urgency. None of which they did, and that's the result.
Well, not too much defending going on in the grand scheme of things. 4-1. And Chelsea get the decision from the referee. We are going to have 2 additional minutes. So the final whistle, and that's not how Chelsea fans were scripting it in their minds. A defeat. I wonder what you thought about their overall performance.
Well, Derek, that just wasn't good enough today.
Let's attack.
So finish already. Basic class.
And the contest begins.
So, maybe choose different everything is
Magdalena Eriksson. Perfect challenge. Moving it forward, but nothing comes of it.
Không discipline. As a place, I need discipline. We are off this. So maybe the internet will get some problem.